Introduction. Why this book exists. Much of the red pill discourse is narrowly focused on dating and attraction, often overlooking the deeper psychological frameworks that influence nearly every aspect of a man's life. While romantic dynamics are an entry point for many, they represent only a fraction of the broader forces at play. At its core, the red pill is not solely about women, but about understanding power, perception, and human behavior. This book approaches the red pill from a psychological and strategic perspective. It examines how people respond to incentives, how social pressure shapes behavior, and how narratives are constructed and defended in everyday interactions. These dynamics are present not only in romantic contexts, but also in business, friendships, family structures, and social hierarchies. Many of the patterns discussed in this book are subtle and often unconscious. They explain why certain individuals consistently control outcomes while others react defensively, why social leverage matters, and why reputation, perception, and framing frequently outweigh logic or stated principles. The goal here is not manipulation for its own sake, but awareness. Without awareness, individuals are governed by dynamics they do not recognize. For readers who may be unfamiliar with red pill terminology, the following key concepts provide a foundational reference. These terms are used descriptively throughout the book to identify recurring behavioral patterns and psychological tendencies. Key terms: scarcity mentality, the belief that value, options, or attention are limited, increasing urgency, competition, and compliance. Briffault's law. The woman determines the conditions of the household and the continuation of the relationship based on perceived benefit. Pressure flip. A reversal used to turn applied pressure back onto the source and regain control. Frame. The underlying narrative that defines meaning and power in an interaction. Reframe. Changing the meaning of an interaction after a frame is set. Holding frame/frame mastery. Maintaining one's narrative without reacting or conceding ground. Pre-selection. Increased perceived value from being desired or chosen by others. When women observe a man attracting attention from other women, they tend to infer that he is valuable. Solipsism. The belief, often unconscious, that the world revolves around one's own feelings, perceptions, and immediate emotional state. Negging. Backhanded or subtly offensive remarks intended to lower perceived value and shift the power dynamic, often used to provoke validation seeking or attraction. The hamstring. Rationalization used to justify decisions already made emotionally. Now that we have the definitions out of the way, let us begin. If you enjoy my writing and wish to reach out for consultation, you can contact me at burnoutmail@gmail.com. Let's begin. Part 1. Understanding the Dark Triad. Focuses on theory, background, and foundations. Chapter 1. The Dark Triad Overview. Power, attraction, and the shadow self. The Dark Triad refers to a dangerous blend of three distinct personality traits. Each one is antisocial on its own, but together they form a magnetic, manipulative, and often destructive force. This trifecta grants the bearer unusual influence, heightened social status, and an ability to captivate and control others, especially in sexual and interpersonal dynamics. That's why so many men in the red pill space are drawn to it. They see power embedded in specific behaviors and wonder how to become that kind of man. They ask themselves, how can I be like that? How can I be the successful asshole who always wins? Here's the honest truth. If you didn't develop a dark triad structure neurologically during childhood, you'll likely never fully embody it in the clinical sense. But the patterns can be studied, reverse engineered, and imitated. What follows is an outline of what the dark triad really is, how it functions, and what parts of it can be harnessed. Understanding narcissism. At its core, narcissism is extreme self-regard. It shows up as overwhelming confidence, ego, and an almost divine sense of entitlement. This is not superficial arrogance. It is deep-rooted, often delusional, and completely internalized. The narcissist does not pretend to feel superior. He believes it. Because of this belief, others assume there must be truth behind it. People unconsciously associate bold confidence with real value. That's why the narcissist, even without credentials, is often treated as someone important. Narcissism is infectious. It draws people in. Those who lack confidence are especially vulnerable to its magnetism. By being near it, they try to soak up some of the power. They mimic it, adopt its mannerisms, and gradually rewire their own sense of identity. The narcissist also thrives on a feedback loop. Confidence leads to social attention. That attention becomes evidence of value, which feeds more confidence. This cycle raises their status and reinforces their self-belief. Narcissists often fake it until they make it. But unlike the average person, they don't strain under the act. They genuinely believe their fantasy, which makes it sustainable. When combined with psychopathy, narcissism becomes even more potent. The absence of fear or guilt allows the narcissist to take bold risks, make decisive moves, and chase outcomes with relentless intensity. This results in success, but also detachment. They don't fear failure. They rationalize it and move forward. There are different shades of narcissism. Functional narcissism creates confidence and motivation. Dysfunctional narcissism leads to fragile ego, delusion, and poor judgment. The line between the two can be blurry, but if you want to benefit from this trait, aim to develop the functional type. Even healthy, high-value men often possess some narcissism. It can be developed. You don't need trauma or delusion. What you do need is structure, systems that provide regular wins and help form identity. Working out, building a brand, mastering a skill, and winning socially are all paths to building a positive feedback loop. But beware, narcissism has its shadow. When the ego is threatened, logic collapses. The narcissist may lash out, gaslight, or destroy others to preserve their frame. They will deny facts, attack character, and shift blame to avoid ego damage. In relationships, the narcissist uses guilt, withdrawal, and praise intermittently to control behavior. This emotional conditioning keeps women in a loop of seeking approval, making them easy to manipulate. These dynamics are not random, they are calculated. Narcissism can be cultivated. It is academically classified as a socially maladaptive trait, but that doesn't mean it has no utility. If applied carefully, with self-awareness and discipline, it becomes a powerful tool for confidence, ambition, and social momentum. Understanding Machiavellianism. Machiavellianism is the tendency to view all social interactions as strategic games. For the Machiavellian, life is chess and poker played simultaneously. Every scenario is weighed for advantage, and people are often perceived less as individuals and more as tools, instruments of utility and value. They ask, what does this person bring to the table? Emotional bonds? Often irrelevant. Attachment? Strategically fabricated if useful. At higher skill levels, Machiavellians manipulate not only others, but themselves, practicing a stoic form of delayed gratification to achieve long-term objectives. Unlike the dark triad individual, however, they require this self-restraint, as they lack the emotional immunity of the psychopath. A Machiavellian acts with misdirection, like a magician with sleight of hand. With false scarcity, pretending to be busy to appear valuable. With cold deception, lying outright when necessary. With manipulation, igniting jealousy, uncertainty, and dread to provoke pursuit. This isn't limited to romance. Machiavellians operate across all relational spheres: personal, social, professional. Machiavellianism is the art of duplicity. It is the intellectual center of the dark triad. To better understand how Machiavellianism plays out in relationships, picture this dynamic. A woman, aware of her sexual leverage, selectively presents charm and beauty as bait. The man, drawn by instinct and desire, steps forward, not realizing that each step is part of a carefully constructed plan. It's not that he's walking into a trap, but that he's being guided, subtly, through frames she controls. Her allure draws him in. Her strategy keeps him there. This isn't to say that all women operate this way, but many do, especially those who recognize how easily male desire can be steered. Machiavellianism isn't exclusive to one gender, yet evolutionary psychology suggests women have honed it more finely. Where men historically relied on physical strength, women have often survived and thrived through social intelligence and indirect influence. In a world where open aggression wasn't an option, subtle manipulation became a weapon of choice. The modern counterpart? Emotional control, passive dominance, withholding, and the crafting of insecurity. A fitting metaphor. The queen bee lures the bear in with honey. Once he's tasted it, an army of bees surrounds him, ready to sting if he disobeys. She uses desire to draw him in and threat to keep him under control. The gold digger archetype. The stereotypical gold digger is a cultural recognition of Machiavellian femininity, seeing men not as individuals but as means to an end. They don't ask, "Who is he?" They ask, "What can he do for me?" To a Machiavellian mind, these aren't two separate questions. They are one and the same. Example: an empathetic thinker might say, "John is a decent guy. I like him." The Machiavellian says, "John's a great negotiator. If I gain his favor, he can help me with X. If not, I move on." Even the appearance of emotional bonding is often an illusion, a calculated play for future utility. Machiavellianism as abuse. When focused on one individual over time, Machiavellianism becomes mental abuse. It robs agency. It coerces subtly. It builds invisible prisons where the target believes they're free, but unconsciously behaves according to the manipulator's desires. Still, this doesn't make Machiavellianism inherently evil. Like any tool, its morality lies in its use. A parent might use it to protect. A leader might use it to guide. But in the hands of a dark triad individual, it's often weaponized for hedonism, control, and personal gain. Gender and the modern legal system. While both genders can be Machiavellian, red pill thinkers argue that women deploy it more effectively today. Physical dominance by men has been largely outlawed, but psychological manipulation remains unchecked. Pair this with sexual market leverage, and in Western societies, women often hold the upper hand. A woman's logic is described as emotionally contingent. Her reality bends to her feelings. This unpredictability can enhance her Machiavellian edge, making her seem more complex than she actually is. Even she may not fully understand her tactics. She simply does what she feels, and if it pleases her, it's justified.
Machiavellianism in society. The lack of male cunning in today's society is glaring. Most men are mentally unaware, politically naive, and easily manipulated. Governments benefit from docile, tax-paying, obedient males.
They're told to man up, which often means becoming a quiet economic slave. And when they lose everything, they're blamed for not seeing the traps they walked into. In contrast, dark triad individuals, male or female, run rings around the average man. They test, deceive, manipulate, and dominate. Machiavellianism is the logical core of the dark triad. It runs counter to narcissism's delusions. They often clash.
Dark triad men and emotional addiction.
Why do abusive dark triad men have women addicted to them? Answer: emotional biochemistry. They become the trigger for a chemical storm. Dopamine, anticipation. Serotonin, mood elevation. Cortisol, stress. Oxytocin, bonding. The drama becomes a drug. The man becomes the stimulus, the fix. When he's gone, withdrawal begins. That's why even abused women sometimes say, "I need him to go on." Mental abuse can be chemically addictive. Women crave the roller coaster, the same dynamic that powers every romantic drama, soap opera, and love triangle ever filmed. The triad in action. To summarize, narcissism attracts, Machiavellianism controls, psychopathy addicts. This trifecta forms the manipulative loop. Understanding psychopathy. Psychopathy is the emotional void that completes the triad. It's what separates emulators from authentic dark triads. You can train Machiavellianism. You can even simulate narcissism. But you cannot replicate psychopathy. Why? Because psychopathy is neurological. It affects the emotional circuit between behavior and remorse. If you feel no guilt, remorse, or empathy, you're far more likely to act immorally. If you enjoy doing harm, that's reinforcement. If you don't care about pain, that's power. The myth of Stoic psychopathy. Some readers think, I can do this through Stoicism or meditation. But there's a key difference. Stoicism is suppression of emotion. Psychopathy is absence of emotion. A Stoic feels fear and quiets it. A psychopath simply doesn't feel it. They aren't suppressing guilt. There's no guilt to begin with. Why psychopathy addicts women? The audacity, the unpredictability, the fearlessness, the lack of inhibition. It's a thrill, and women, consciously or not, often crave it. Psychopathy adds spontaneity to the calculated cruelty of Machiavellianism. It's the chaos to the chessboard. It's crack cocaine for the emotionally unstable. But when that chaos breaks containment, when the dark triad loses control, it becomes madness, a psychotic break. Can you become psychopathic? Short answer, no. You can mimic the behavior, fool the public, fake the detachment, but inside, you'll still feel the consequences of your actions. You'll introspect, regret, break down. The true dark triad does not. Can they be fixed? No. Psychopathy is a permanent disorder. Most don't even want to change. They embrace their faults or justify them. Even if they say they're trying to improve, they're often just hiding the truth better. Final words. You can't become dark triad, but you can study it. You can emulate it. You can use the tools, not become the craftsman. The goal of this writing is not to glorify the dark triad, but to understand it, and where beneficial, apply its strategies with discernment. Chapter 2. The Dark Triad. Continued. Shadow traits, power games, and the strategic self. 1. Preface. The term dark triad is often misunderstood as a single personality type. It's not. It refers to the overlap of three distinct psychological traits that, when found together in one person, create a high-risk, high-reward archetype. This isn't just semantics. Understanding this framework as a comorbidity of traits rather than one unified label is key to seeing how these traits interact and influence behavior. We're talking about empathy deficits, strategic thinking, and ego structures, not just cool-sounding buzzwords. 2. Breaking down the triad. Machiavellianism is the invisible hand, orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Narcissism is the spotlight, bold, magnetic, obsessed with itself. Psychopathy is the void, cold, fearless, and detached. Each plays a distinct role in shaping a manipulative but powerful personality. Together, they form a profile that thrives in chaos, seduces others with charisma, and advances through calculated force. 2a. Machiavellianism. At its core, Machiavellianism is strategic awareness. It is the ability to see the game and move pieces without drawing attention. It is not inherently malicious. It simply prioritizes results over righteousness. Machiavellianism is about efficiency, perception, and control. It's the art of social chess. Some use it to protect themselves, others to dominate. Its moral alignment depends entirely on the user. Here's the truth. Without this trait, your power is temporary at best. Even if you stumble into a position of influence, you'll bleed it away without the cunning to defend it. The powerful are always under siege, by enemies, rivals, and sometimes lovers. Those who aren't strategic become prey to those who are. The good news? Machiavellianism can be developed. Some men arrive at it through life experience, scar tissue forged into insight. Others seek it consciously, studying social games, observing behavior, and refining their instincts. 2b. Narcissism and psychopathy. Narcissism is ego-driven self-belief. It projects value and dominance, often before it's earned. The confident aura it creates tends to attract admiration, even when unearned. In its non-clinical form, narcissism fuels ambition, resilience, and high standards. The narcissist expects the best and moves as though he deserves it. This can be intoxicating to others and dangerous to himself if unchecked. But not all narcissists are psychopaths, and not all high self-confidence signals pathology. The difference lies in emotional detachment. Enter the narcopath, a fusion of narcissism and psychopathy. These individuals combine grandiosity with emotional detachment, making them charming yet cold, seductive yet unempathetic. They dominate socially not just because they're bold, but because they lack the internal resistance most feel when exploiting others. On the other hand, pure psychopathy is cold logic without the ego. The psychopath doesn't feel guilt, doesn't form attachments, and often doesn't care if others get hurt. He may appear calm, calculated, and eerily unaffected. In short, narcissist equals unruly ego, wants admiration. Psychopath equals detached operator, doesn't feel. Narcopath equals the manipulative fusion of both. 3. A spectrum, not a switch. You don't need all three traits maxed out to benefit from the model. These are spectrums, not absolutes. Everyone has a bit of narcissism, Machiavellian thinking, and psychopathic edge, especially under pressure. The difference is the degree. High levels in all three? That's a true dark triad personality. But most people fall somewhere along the line, not at the extreme. You need just enough. Narcissism for self-belief. Machiavellianism for social awareness. Psychopathy for emotional control. It's not about being pathological, it's about being equipped. 4. Machiavellianism versus the rest. Here's where things split. Machiavellianism can be learned. Psychopathy and narcissism, in their pathological forms, usually stem from childhood trauma or hardwired neurology. They're difficult or impossible to develop later in life. But Machiavellianism? That's a skill set. And while some naturally lean toward it, others can study, observe, and train themselves to master it. That's what makes it so valuable. It's accessible, flexible, and teachable. Think of it as adaptive cunning, refined perception, and intentional action. In today's hyper-competitive world, it's no longer optional. 5. How to become Machiavellian. Start watching people. Sit in public places and guess relationships, motivations, emotions, just by observing body language and tone. You're building pattern recognition. Next, master subtext. Most communication is indirect. Learn to read between the lines, hear the unsaid, and understand intent cloaked in ambiguity. That's where the game is played. The power of subtext. Subtext often relies on metaphor, double entendre, or innuendo to convey opinions or intent without stating them outright. This allows a speaker to express thoughts while maintaining plausible deniability. If the reaction to the subtext is negative, its ambiguity serves as a shield. "That's not what I meant," becomes a credible defense. The utility of acting. One should also learn to act, to appear happy when unhappy, or calm when angry. Taking an acting class that teaches improvisation and method can sharpen this skill. Acting, at its core, is the ability to summon an emotion or mental image that does not reflect your current state, yet still conveys a believable and emotionally congruent truth. It's performance, yes, but done right, it feels real. And most importantly, read. The following books are core texts in power dynamics. The 48 Laws of Power. The Prince, The Art of War. The 33 Strategies of War. The Art of Worldly Wisdom. The Craft of Power. Don't expect step-by-step guides. Power is abstract. You must extract the principle and apply it creatively to your context. If you need hand-holding, you're not ready for power. Learn to adapt. Train your mind to convert theory into strategy. 6. How to become narcissistic. Narcissism feeds on feedback loops. Succeed arrow feel worthy arrow act. With confidence arrow succeed more. Whether it comes from your physique, status, or skill, the ego strengthens with evidence. That's why lifting weights works. It's visual, measurable, and confidence boosting. So is public speaking, content creation, or winning in any domain where others admire you. Narcissistic supply and ego inflation. People who are successful often receive a constant stream of compliments. To remain grounded, they must consciously practice humility. Without this effort, the steady influx of praise becomes narcissistic supply, feeding the ego until it dominates their identity. When ego is overfed, the individual loses perspective. They become incapable of thinking or acting outside a solipsistic frame of reference, where only their own experience seems real or relevant. If you're highly skilled in a sport, a game, or any area where others view you as superior, you're sitting on a line of narcissistic supply. Whether you feed it or resist it determines the shape of your character. Beauty as narcissistic fuel. Attractive women often exemplify narcissism rooted in desire, not ability. Unlike skill-based admiration, beauty requires no effort, yet it commands immense social power. Many beautiful women become narcissistic because they are universally desired. Being drunk on one's appearance is an effortless and intoxicating form of narcissism. In this way, cosmetic surgery and makeup can be seen not merely as tools for appearance, but as mechanisms to maintain both social influence and a steady stream of narcissistic supply. Women use beauty and attention. Men build value through performance and transformation. If you lack confidence, build systems that supply you with wins. Wins that reinforce your value. Eventually, you'll feel what you're acting out. Just avoid slipping into delusion. Digital platforms and narcissistic supply. Any online platform where you become the center of attention provides narcissistic supply. Whether intended or not, even this very book functions in that capacity. People compliment my work, thank me for my efforts, and tell me how much I've changed their lives. Social media is a funnel. Women, in particular, use social networks as steady streams of narcissistic validation. While this is common knowledge in red pill circles, it's worth restating. Anyone who manages a social media account, especially one tied to their image or persona, is cultivating a line of narcissistic supply. Popularity online feeds the ego and often leads to increased narcissistic tendencies. The delusional path to narcissism. Up to this point, I've described rational ways people acquire narcissism. But there's also an irrational, delusional method, one I doubt most readers here could actually pull off. Here's how it works. Dissociate from reality. Tell yourself lies until you believe them. Repeat the story until it becomes your truth. This is how narcopaths, narcissistic sociopaths, develop narcissistic personality disorder as children. Their minds, being highly plastic and suggestible, accepted these fantasies as truth early on. You, however, are likely an adult man, too grounded, too rational, to truly deceive yourself at that level. In light of this, the old saying, "fake it until you make it," is unlikely to yield deep psychological transformation. 7. Final thoughts. Learning about power isn't enough. You must practice. See the world for what it is, a power game. From the office to the bedroom to your social circle, politics is everywhere. Strategy wins. Emotionalism loses. Power favors the prepared. If you're smart, ruthless and aware, you can thrive. If you want someone to hold your hand and give you scripts, you're not ready. This chapter gives you insight. What you do with it, that's your move. Chapter 3. Jester Tactics. Subversion through laughter. 1. Introduction. The jester thrives on verbal agility. His weapon is humor. His shield is plausible deniability. By walking the boundary between satire and offense, he humiliates others while maintaining plausible innocence. This archetype is overwhelmingly male. Female jesters are rare in both real life and cultural perception. Men often prove themselves through words, especially in mating and power hierarchies, while women more commonly manipulate through social or sexual influence. High-functioning dark triad women may display biting wit, but their dominant style rarely becomes comedic assault. Instead, the seductress archetype excels in emotional manipulation and sensual control. Her power speaks through attraction. His speaks through humor. Consider these archetypes as flavors of cunning. Jesters wield laughter as influence. Seductresses command through desire. Fault-finders enforce through rules and technicality. Their cunning aligns, but the delivery varies. Jesters stun with wit, allowing aggression to appear entertaining instead of threatening. He operates by reshaping conversation, turning awkward truths into punchlines, revealing hypocrisy through irony. A crowd laughs with him, not always at him. Like medieval jesters or modern satirists, he shapes public opinion from the fringe rather than through office or title. Every troll on social media who crafts outrage earns the nod of the jester archetype. Men like Milo Yiannopoulos command attention through shock, performance, and narcissism, reminding us that persuasion often drips from a comedic mask. 2. Destabilizing authority through mockery. The jester combines bravado with apparent disregard for hierarchy. He claims status not by rank, but by dominance in discourse. Born from humility or working-class roots, he breaks into elite circles by dismantling authority with satire. He doesn't seek power. He seeks freedom. Responsibility is rigidity. He rejects it. Yet, paradoxically, the audience elevates him above formal leaders through popularity. His strategy? Mock the leader to gain influence. Imply he could turn the crowd against them. That subtext speaks volumes. I control public perception. I answer to none. This often forces leaders into strategic alliances, preferring to co-opt him rather than suppress him outright. But when affection for the jester outstrips loyalty to the leader, the situation becomes dangerous. Leaders who eliminate the jester risk public backlash, while those who tolerate him lose authority. Savvy leaders neutralize this risk by framing someone else for the jester's downfall, or recruiting a compliant jester to serve their ends. With such manipulation, the jester becomes both entertainer and political wildcard. 3. How to handle a jester. If you can avoid his game, do so. But if you're already in the arena, here's how to disarm his verbal trickery and regain your frame. Never justify yourself. Justification makes you look weak and reactive. Answer questions with questions. Whoever answers the most questions loses. Use pressure flips. Turn the heat back on him by questioning his sincerity or intentions. Reframe his humor as immaturity. This strips him of his social dominance. The jester thrives on flustering his opponent. Do not get emotional. If you show that his jokes rattle you, he wins. But if you stay calm, stoic, even slightly condescending, you invert the frame. The goal is to make him look like the immature clown, while you come across as grounded and in control. If you're bold, you can even preempt his usual self-deprecation. Jesters often make fun of themselves first to deflect attacks. Don't let him. Cut in first with sharp, clever ridicule. And here's the critical leverage point. You don't actually need to escalate to violence. What matters is the threat of it. Jesters are masters of psychological conflict, but are often unprepared for physical confrontation. If they suspect the situation may turn physical, their confidence collapses. Make him wonder, what if this guy actually swings? You don't have to act on it. The tension alone will make him falter. Then deliver the final blow with a calm jab. I thought you were the type who could take a joke. The trick is to make him feel small while appearing entirely composed. Engaging a jester drains energy, so avoid it when you can. But if forced into battle, fight on his field, only better. Use your frame, your calm, and your cunning. He plays for laughs, you play to win. 4. Final thoughts. Never trust the court jester. He's the most dangerous funny man in the room. His jokes are rarely innocent. They're calculated strikes meant to elevate himself at someone else's expense. Humiliation is his currency. Laughter, his camouflage. What makes him so difficult to deal with is the social immunity humor gives him. Because people laugh, they forgive. Because they're entertained, they don't look too closely. The crowd mistakes destruction for charm. A jester doesn't care about truth, morals, or integrity. He cares about winning the room, no matter who he buries to do it. His confidence is infectious. Humor is not neutral. It can tear reputations apart quicker than any rumor. The jester knows this and wields it expertly. A bit of fun never hurt anybody? Not true. The jester turned that lie into a weapon. Chapter 4. Layers of Manipulation. Decoding the Machiavellian Trinity. The birth of a Machiavellian. Some individuals show signs of manipulative thinking from a young age. This may appear as a natural talent for control, a hunger for influence, or, in rare cases, both. When a person possesses both the inclination and the skill, we can call them naturals. Naturals fall into two distinct categories: kings and generals. Those who come to manipulation later, developing their strategic mindset through adversity, form a different category altogether. These individuals are known as advisors. Advisors are socialized Machiavellians. They are not born into manipulation, but are shaped by hardship. Their cunning is a response to necessity. These are the survivors who learn to adapt through pain and struggle. Together, kings, generals, and advisors complete the triad of Machiavellian archetypes. As with any skill, early exposure makes a significant difference. The earlier a person is introduced to Machiavellian behavior, the more fluid and intuitive it becomes. Young minds are more adaptable. Unlike adults, children do not need to unlearn old habits. They begin with a clean slate and absorb tactics like second nature. This principle applies to any domain. Whether one is learning to fight, play an instrument, or manipulate people, starting young allows the discipline to fuse with instinct. The development of Machiavellian traits often runs parallel to the formation, or reformation, of identity. In youth, the personality is still forming. In adulthood, identity must often be dismantled and rebuilt. Old beliefs are stripped away and replaced with mental strategies that better serve survival. As Machiavellian principles are internalized, the person undergoes a shift. This change is not cosmetic. It reconfigures how they think and interact with the world. Over time, new behaviors begin to surface. These include sharper pattern recognition, smoother persuasion, and strategic long-term planning. Such abilities are not merely trained. They emerge as byproducts of internal transformation. This is the origin of calculated cunning. True Machiavellians often display manipulative tendencies early, but their full power only matures with time. With age and experience, their speech becomes sharper, their insights deeper, and their tactics more refined. In this way, Machiavellians evolve into something rare. They become architects of human behavior, able to rewire thought, predict response, and bend social dynamics to their will. Machiavellian scale. For the self-aware Machiavellian, manipulation is more than strategy. It becomes lifestyle, hobby, and even art. Scheming is their creative outlet, and they refine it as their environment demands increasingly sophisticated games. Consider this scale of influence. Convincing a sibling to run an errand sits at the bottom. Persuading a fatigued partner to do something they would rather not is slightly higher. Securing a multi-million-dollar deal climbs further. Yet, all pale in comparison to the geopolitical chess match between world leaders. Convincing ordinary people to do simple tasks does not demonstrate high-level mastery. The true test begins when a Machiavellian faces off against others who are just as intelligent and just as manipulative. Most people engage in some form of manipulation. Guilt trips, sympathy plays, or passive-aggressive tactics are common. But engaging in occasional manipulation does not make someone a Machiavellian. Just as selling one used shirt does not make one a master salesman. The average person's manipulation is reactive. It is driven by emotion or instinct. It lacks the calculation, precision, and foresight of a true Machiavellian. In contrast, the Machiavellian manipulates with full awareness. Every move is deliberate. Their worldview revolves around power, influence, and control. They treat relationships like a chessboard, measuring each interaction by what it can yield. Academia may label such behavior maladaptive coping. In reality, it is simply pragmatic intelligence at work. Those who are not naturally cunning become so to survive in a world where raw honesty can be dangerous and deception without discipline can be self-destructive. Mastery lies in learning when to apply charm, when to obscure the truth, and when to speak it. Only those who understand both deception and authenticity rise to the top. The socialized Machiavellian, the advisor. Advisors are cautious, strategic, and often defensive in nature. Rather than charge head-on, they manipulate with subtlety and restraint. They only resort to overt aggression when provoked or challenged by kings or generals. Natural Machiavellians will often test advisors to gauge their strength. A bluff may be called. A boundary may be pressed. These fitness tests reveal whether an advisor is merely clever or truly formidable. Unlike the domineering king or the commanding general, the advisor is not interested in conquest. Instead, they are valuable thinkers, analysts, and strategists. Their power lies in insight. Famous advisors include public intellectuals, master tacticians, and authors of influential works on power and human nature. They are not warriors. They are whisperers. The advisor does not conquer. They influence. They observe patterns, anticipate moves, and alter outcomes from behind the curtain. Their goal is self-preservation, influence, and profit. Without loyalty, an advisor becomes a mercenary. Their insight can be weaponized by whichever king or general secures their allegiance. Advisors are typically sought out for psychological insight, masters of deduction, capable of explaining complex power structures with clarity, often better at articulating these dynamics than a natural Machiavellian. Because of their knowledge, they are often treated as family, closely guarded, and highly respected. But their safety also lies in their discretion. The secrets they hold are dangerous. Advisors rarely act out their own strategies. They prefer to craft the plan and let others execute it. Their lack of direct aggression is what distinguishes them. Unlike the naturals, advisors were shaped by trauma. Their Machiavellianism was born from pain. In contrast to kings and generals, whose cunning may be amplified by hardship, the advisor's entire manipulative framework emerges from it. This type of Machiavellian views interaction through a transactional lens, constantly assesses their own desires and others' motivations, balances self-interest with social observation. To understand others is to manipulate them. To understand oneself is to avoid being manipulated. If you know how people tick, you can influence their behavior. If you know how you tick, you can see how others are trying to influence you. Machiavellianism is both a sword and a shield. It can protect when wielded instinctively or strike with precision when wielded deliberately. It is always present in conflict. Advisors often downplay their awareness. To appear harmless is to remain powerful. Observation, deduction, and analysis must remain hidden. Most people are unaware of these underlying power dynamics. If a king senses that someone possesses a sharp power of observation, it can make him feel uneasy or even threatened. Highly perceptive individuals are seen as threats. Their ability to read others invites suspicion. Thus, concealment is key. Appearing unintelligent is often a form of camouflage. A budding advisor is not yet a master. They test ideas, refine tactics, and discard what does not work. Through trial and error, they build a functional, pragmatic philosophy of social interaction. They study their environment, learning how to analyze and influence people while adapting their behavior to match what others expect, or to subvert it. Before influence, there must be stealth. Advisors learn to pass undetected. This is why discretion is vital. Regardless of Machiavellian subtype, subtlety must come first. Until one becomes powerful enough that vulnerability no longer matters, they must appear unthreatening. Power thrives best in disguise. Stages of influence. Influence is rarely instant. Unless fame or status accelerates perception, power must be built stage by stage. There are 5 key stages of interpersonal influence. Rejection. The person views you as a threat. They work against you, often subtly. Spies, saboteurs, and haters reside here. Indifference. You are unknown or unimportant to them. Strangers populate this stage. Acceptance. You are acknowledged, but not yet influential. Think of acquaintances or neutral co-workers. They are people you have neither clashed with nor earned meaningful favor from. Your connection is neutral, not yet adversarial, but not particularly valuable either. Co-option. They favor you. They will make minor sacrifices, speak well of you, and offer small assistance. Friends and fans belong here. Worship. They are loyal to you. They will defend you, lie for you, and serve your interests. Lovers, close friends, and followers occupy this stage. To rise through the stages. Mirror others' values and behaviors. Offer subtle signals of shared understanding. Use emotional intelligence to make others feel seen and respected. This is why How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie remains timeless. Influence grows from familiarity, relatability, and value exchange. The King, an untamed psychopath. The king excels in execution and intimidation. He is bold, impulsive, and driven by ego. Planning is not his strength. If he plans at all, he often abandons it mid-course. This often depends on the king's level of intelligence. The smarter the king, the more likely he is to plan effectively, though his impulsive nature still presents obstacles. Kings are ego-driven psychopaths, sometimes referred to as narcopaths. Clinically, they fall under the category of narcissistic personality disorder, a blend of manipulative charm, fragile ego, and ruthless self-interest. They are not devoid of emotion, but they only feel strongly when something affects them personally. Their empathy is selective and self-centered. This appears to be influenced by cognitive capacity. Those with lower intelligence are often more prone to taking offense and reacting impulsively. In contrast, individuals with higher intelligence typically show stronger impulse control and are less emotionally reactive. They possess strong charisma based on ridicule or exclusion, a need to dominate and control, short attention spans, and low tolerance for delay. The king is the most physically and psychologically violent of the Machiavellian subtypes. Prefer hard power over soft power. Kings instill fear. Their charm fades quickly, giving way to impatience and aggression. When adrenaline runs high, they perform well. Without it, they often grow restless and destructive. They often construct their charm through the ridicule of others. By mocking members of an outgroup while sparing their intended target, they create a superficial sense of camaraderie. This dynamic fosters a feeling of exclusivity and alliance, even if the king's intentions remain entirely self-serving. Kings struggle with long-term planning due to their impulsive nature and frequent outbursts driven by narcissistic rage. Their inflated ego clouds judgment, often leading to careless decisions and sloppy execution. They do not want to do the dirty work themselves. They delegate it to pawns, then monitor the outcome like royalty watching the battlefield from afar. For the king, cruelty is not a side effect. It is entertainment. They enjoy chaos, mocking, and manipulating others purely to feel powerful. A king resists being controlled. He sees manipulation by others as an affront. He can strategize, but rarely as effectively as an advisor or general. His weakness is his ego. He wastes energy proving superiority instead of achieving results. Sadism becomes a form of self-validation. This archetype is powerful, but unstable. Without self-control, the king sabotages his own potential. The general, master Machiavellian. The general blends the charisma of the king with the insight of the advisor. He is Machiavellianism perfected, capable, strategic, and composed. Unlike the king, the general will do the hard work himself if needed. He is not above the game. He understands that real power comes from being adaptable and tactical. He is willing to get his hands dirty. Generals excel in assessing others' strengths and weaknesses, delegating tasks with precision, blending soft and hard power depending on the moment. They are rare, often rising to the highest levels of influence. Historical examples include statesmen, CEOs, and world leaders. Most Machiavellians fall into the category of either neurotic kings or passive advisors. The general, however, is the rarest subtype, a figure who merges the calculated intellect and strategic foresight of a planner with the charisma to charm and the presence to intimidate during execution. Generals appreciate advisors but do not depend on them. They seek counsel to sharpen their plans, not to form a crutch. Many generals start as kings, learning through failure. With maturity, they gain discipline. The ego that once dominated them becomes a tool rather than a master. Some generals are born, particularly those with high IQ and psychopathic tendencies devoid of egotism. These men are naturally cool, calculated, and detached. The general's key traits: discipline over impulse, strategy over showmanship, long-term power over short-term satisfaction, ego control. The general has trained himself to wield his ego only when it serves a purpose. He possesses enough intelligence to regulate behaviors that might otherwise reveal his true nature. This may explain why academic studies tend to focus on blue-collar crime while overlooking white-collar psychopathy. The distinction lies more in intelligence and method than in morality. Where the less intelligent steal and assault, the more intelligent deceive, manipulate, and exploit through strategy. He plays the game to win, not to be seen playing it. He does not need applause, only results. He is the apex predator in the social jungle. Precise, silent, and relentless. Chapter 5. The Psychopathic Paradigm. Studying without imitating. The Psychopath's Perspective. Forward. Some readers have mistakenly begun to glamorize psychopathy, viewing it as a symbol of power, fearlessness, or dominance. This interpretation misses the point entirely. Psychopathy, in this context, is not being promoted for its dysfunction, but analyzed for its functional traits that can aid goal acquisition. These include the ability to act decisively, cross boundaries without hesitation, and remain emotionally uninhibited. These are traits that make a person more effective in high-stakes environments. However, this does not mean one should aspire to become psychopathic. The objective is to understand and selectively emulate these traits, not to embody the condition itself. The psychopath is used as a frame of reference, a model of behavioral extremity from which useful traits may be extracted. What is natural to a few can be learned, in part, by the rest. My goal is to offer insight, not inspiration toward dysfunction. The psychopath's lack of anxiety or guilt can be a valuable case study for personal evolution. But this doesn't mean the emotional isolation and solipsism that come with it are desirable. People often get distracted by the label and ignore the substance of the message. If you pay attention to what's actually being said, you'll realize this is about cherry-picking traits, not promoting psychopathy, but crafting a quasi-psychopathic mindset that retains functionality while discarding emotional pathology. Common misconceptions. It would be cool to be like Al Capone. The grass is greener on the psychopathic side. Psychopaths don't care about anything. I wish I could be like that. To remove illusions, I intend to highlight the inner world of the psychopath, their struggles, detachment, and emotional isolation, so you can see the full picture, not just the curated highlight reel. Inside the psychopath's mind. Contrary to popular belief, many psychopaths are highly emotionally intelligent. If they weren't, they wouldn't be capable of manipulating others so effectively. Unlike those on the autistic spectrum, psychopaths understand emotions quite well. They know how they interrelate, how they escalate or suppress each other, and how to leverage them tactically. If we define empathy as cognitive understanding of emotion, then psychopaths have it. If we define it as emotional concern and altruistic connection, then they lack it entirely. They can empathize, but they do not sympathize. Psychopaths are deeply solitary. They see themselves as superior and separate from others, making emotional connection difficult. Relationships are value-based and transactional. Appreciation is replaced with dependency. They want others to rely on them, but hate relying on anyone else. This creates an internal contradiction filled with discomfort and suspicion. Admiration makes them uneasy. While they may enjoy superficial praise, genuine adoration is often perceived as a form of parasitic dependence. This triggers distrust rather than connection. Even when they want to feel appreciation or closeness, they typically fail, unless aided by substances. Their emotional isolation stems from an inability to see value in others. Even when they recognize talent, they often minimize or mock it to feel superior. For example, a psychopath may observe a highly skilled person and think, "Impressive, but you're still not like me." Tales of suffering do not move them. They view emotional vulnerability as a violation of their mental space. If a connection must be made, it will often involve chaos, not compassion. Psychopaths often view talented individuals with detached amusement, comparing them to a monkey performing tricks. The skill may be respected, but never admired in a way that implies equality. Their internal monologue might echo, "Impressive, but you're not like me." Emotional struggles or human vulnerability elicit no sympathy. These are seen as weaknesses, not shared experiences. This detachment reinforces their sense of superiority and justifies emotional disconnection. They can logically relate, but not emotionally connect. They are prisoners of their own reality, unable to step into someone else's emotional world. Everything they feel for others is processed through the lens of how it affects them. Psychopaths do not experience emotions for others unless those emotions intersect with their own internal world. If you anger them, they may feel hatred because it disrupts their state. If you suffer in a way that has no impact on them, they feel nothing. Your pain is irrelevant unless it affects their interests. In a nutshell, they are driven entirely through self-interest. If you do not cause them a problem, they will not care about you. Their emotional interest is only activated when it intersects with their self-interest. Love and loyalty. Psychopaths do not experience love as connection. The closest they come is respect for competence. They admire skill, not people. They are incapable of loyalty. Because they would betray others if convenient, they assume others would do the same. This projection leads to perpetual distrust. Even if someone understands and tolerates a psychopath, they are still seen through a cost-benefit lens. Trust only exists where the psychopath holds clear advantage. Their relationships are tactical. There is no emotional bond, only opportunity. As a result, alliances are fragile and short-lived. Ironically, even those willing to offer one-way loyalty, usually out of ignorance, are intolerable to them. Their narcissism and need for stimulation make them impatient with the same naive people who are most likely to stay loyal. Psychopaths quickly tire of pretending to care. Feigning empathy is mentally draining for them. Their narcissism and boredom make them especially intolerant of those who offer blind loyalty. Ironically, they cannot stand the very people most willing to stay loyal. This creates a persistent dilemma, a trust paradox, where trust becomes both desirable and repulsive. The result is ongoing internal uncertainty, fed by their inability to trust or be trusted. Trust for a psychopath exists only when someone is useful. If saving your life benefits them, they'll do it. Otherwise, they will not. Even familial bonds mean little. To a psychopath, everything is a game. Long-term partnerships often fail due to cold detachment and emotional neglect. They may be skilled in seduction, but often fail miserably in committed relationships. Psychopathic investment. Psychopaths value two things in people: what the person can do for them, how much time they've already invested in them. This isn't care in the traditional sense. It's closer to object attachment. Losing someone causes inconvenience, not sadness. For example, if a trusted person disappears, the psychopath may be irritated because that disrupts their supply, not because they feel grief. Their emotional framework is utilitarian. People are stimulants or tools. If someone new can replace what was lost, the old connection is quickly forgotten. Interestingly, if they've spent a lot of time on someone, they may respect that person more, not because they care, but because they assume the time invested must mean something important. In this way, time spent is a reflection of their own ego. Functional relationships with psychopaths depend on mutual utility. If you can offer value and they can use you, a kind of cooperation can form, but it is never rooted in empathy. Relationships with psychopaths are often based on mutual utility. Both parties use each other for specific goals. These arrangements can be harmless or deeply manipulative, depending on context. It is difficult to generalize their behavior without knowing the situation. Their tactics vary widely. Psychopaths are emotionally distant and constantly seek stimulation. People who desire emotional intimacy will likely feel alienated. Those deemed boring, average, or lacking value are quickly discarded. Psychopathic camouflage and revelation. Psychopaths rarely engage in social pleasantries unless pretending to care. If they say good luck or show concern, it's likely for strategic reasons. They are terrible at pretending long-term. Their narcissism makes them resist blending in. They believe they're above others, so fitting in feels beneath them. Pretending drains them. The longer the charade continues, the more likely they are to abandon it once it no longer serves a clear purpose. The best way to expose a psychopath is through patience. Force them to maintain their mask long enough, and eventually the effort will no longer be worth it. The limits of emulation. If you were not born a psychopath, you will not become one. Romanticizing dysfunction is foolish. Even if you could emulate every psychopathic trait, you would only be trading your emotional struggles for theirs. Their world is one of endless distrust and isolation. What seems like power often hides deep vulnerability. Learn from the psychopath, but do not strive to become one. Chapter 6. The Strategic Dance of Influence. What is Machiavellianism? Machiavellianism is less a personality flaw and more an intricate art of strategy, manipulation, and calculated charm. It thrives in the shadows of subtext and indirect communication. Unlike brute force or overt domination, Machiavellian tactics operate through subtleties such as psychological manipulation, strategic charm, calculated deception, controlled ambiguity. The term Machiavellianism comes from the Italian political philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli. In modern usage, it often refers to cunning or shrewd behavior. But where simple cunning might suggest one-time trickery, Machiavellianism is a full strategy of perception management. Its true power lies in the ability to create uncertainty. By carefully choosing what to say, what to withhold, and how to present information, the Machiavellian alters a person's perception of reality. Once uncertainty is introduced, it becomes easier to seed a new idea and steer someone toward it. Confusion is not a flaw, it's a weapon. This ambiguity also creates freedom. When you never clearly commit, people can't hold you to expectations. You gain room to maneuver without consequence. Machiavellianism thrives by generating uncertainty. It uses secrecy and selective honesty to create confusion. Confused individuals are easier to influence or control. Subtle manipulation allows you to introduce a seed idea. This idea can be nurtured into a belief that serves your agenda. Ambiguity gives you room to maneuver without committing to others' expectations. By avoiding clear commitments, you're not bound to any specific course of action. Machiavellianism is the curriculum they never offered in school, the art of influence, presence, and psychological control. Most education programs avoid teaching how to navigate real-world power games. Instead, they promote sanitized versions of sociology and biology. This omission isn't accidental. Institutions don't benefit from a population skilled in manipulation. Such people would begin to challenge the very power structures designed to contain them. To the elite, however, Machiavellianism is indispensable. It is the tool of upward mobility, of influence, of quiet conquest. Those who rise from nothing without inherited advantage often rely heavily on these tactics. Where doubt exists, opportunity is born. The skilled Machiavellian can claim power and justify their ascent convincingly. They know how to reinforce their new position by offering tangible results, feeding their subjects' sense of security, and thus reducing resistance. Influence in action. A workplace example. Imagine you're promoted to a supervisor role. The previous supervisor has left, and now you're in charge. But a tight-knit group of 5 co-workers begins to challenge your authority. They're dismissive, gossipy, and united. If you do nothing, your position becomes fragile. Losing their respect may mean losing your job. Respect cannot be begged for. It must be earned through strength. Pleading only reduces your perceived value. Power is respected, and manipulation is a form of power. To resolve this, you turn to division. You separate the herd. Target 2 of the more attractive and insecure members of the group. Give each a private reward, a 10-minute longer break, and ask them to keep it quiet. You tell each, "You've been doing a great job lately, so I'm letting you take a bit of extra break time. Just keep it between us." This strategy feeds their vanity and gives them the sense of being favored. You subtly imply they are above the others. Naturally, the remaining 3 notice this imbalance. Jealousy grows. The group splinters. Tension rises. The 2 favored co-workers bond, separating themselves emotionally and socially from the others. Now you have 2 factions instead of one united threat. The original power structure has fractured. You continue to guide the narrative. If confronted, you deny giving special privileges. This both protects your role and reveals who cannot be trusted to keep your secrets. If betrayal occurs, you learn who is disloyal. You punish them quietly or publicly, depending on your goals. The message is clear. Betrayal has consequences. Eventually, you flip the script. In a staff meeting, You announce that the extra breaks are ending. But in fairness, the privilege will rotate. Two new members get longer breaks while the previous favourites are cut off. The result? Resentment shifts, alliances weaken, and trust within the group collapses. What was once a threat becomes manageable disarray. Divide and conquer works just as well in an office as it does in politics. Machiavellianism as a tool of the powerful. Those low in the hierarchy must play a longer game. When you lack institutional power, you build popularity. You win trust. Eventually, you gain enough leverage to act. Like politicians, you gather favour not out of genuine care, but as a step toward influence. Once empowered, you no longer need approval. You act freely, shielded by the support you've cultivated. The same people who elevated you cannot stop you. Machiavellianism is not just behaviour. It is strategy in motion. It operates beneath the surface, guiding actions and reactions alike. The illusion of power. Every human holds some power. The degree to which it's recognised depends on value, wealth, beauty, skill, or charisma. A skilled Machiavellian amplifies their perceived value, making them appear more powerful than they are. They master reputation. They move through social environments with calculated ambiguity, allowing others to fill in the blanks with favourable assumptions. If someone assumes you're wealthy, mysterious, or important, and you neither confirm nor deny it, they may reinforce their own illusion. People trust their own conclusions more than they trust your claims. This strategy creates plausible deniability. You never claimed anything. They created the story themselves. Cognitive chess, guiding assumptions. People want to feel smart. Letting them connect dots, especially when those dots serve your purpose, empowers both of you. If they think you're high value and you don't correct them, they bond with their own conclusion. Their ego becomes invested in your image. In relationships, this is called framing. She assumes you're a high-status man. You respond with mystery, perhaps playful deflection. Her imagination does the rest. Even if she accuses you of being rich or dating others, you tease without giving anything away. She chases clarity, and you remain the puzzle. This ambiguity isn't just flirtation. It's a form of power. Reputation and the feedback loop. When others see you as powerful, that perception becomes reality. Women compete for your attention. Men defer. Influence snowballs. But this momentum is not created passively. It must be curated. Each ambiguous moment, each denial, each reward, it all contributes to the frame you project. Machiavellianism is the strategy that organizes these behaviors. It's not about lying. It's about guiding belief. A continuous feedback loop emerges where the Machiavellian benefits from strong pre-selection in their environment. This social advantage leads to frequent validation and desirability, reinforcing their dominance. That constant affirmation feeds the narcissistic fuel within the dark triad. This effect isn't a deliberate tactic, it's a passive outcome of perceived power. In red pill terms, this is linked to the idea of the hamster, people filling in the blanks on their own. You don't have to lie. You let others assume things based on limited or vague input. Their minds generate rationalizations, regardless of truth or logic. You guide their assumptions through playful ambiguity, never confirming or denying anything. Whether it's "I don't kiss and tell" or "I don't snitch," the method remains the same. Control perception without providing clarity. Where narcissism is the ego fuel, Machiavellianism is the psychological engine. It turns raw desire into directed influence. Learn to play the game, or be played by those who do. Chapter 7. The Nature of Narcissism and Understanding It. The sadistic narcissist sees themselves as a godlike force, ruthless, without conscience, unpredictable, and beyond comprehension. They are cold, detached from sexual desire, certain of their limitless knowledge and power, and imagine themselves as an unstoppable wave of devastation and final judgment. Sam Vaknin. 1. Introduction. Narcissistic Personality Disorder. All people with narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, are narcissists, but not all narcissists have a personality disorder. In moderation, narcissism can be a tool for higher performance. It strengthens confidence, fuels ambition, and encourages boldness. Unfortunately, many confuse the promotion of healthy self-assurance with endorsing NPD. This is a misconception born from misunderstanding, mistaking beneficial traits for pathology. NPD usually develops in childhood as a way to cope with neglect, rejection, or cruelty, whether from parents, caretakers, or peers. It is the most extreme and distorted form of narcissism, far removed from the balanced self-assurance that emerges from genuine achievement. At its core, NPD grows out of a parent's failure to validate or recognize their child. Instead of praise, the child faces relentless criticism and denial of affection. Even exceptional accomplishments, like winning first place or achieving perfect scores, are met with apathy. Anything less than perfection becomes a reason for humiliation. This constant rejection forms the crucible in which a narcopath is forged. The wound is deepened when a sibling is consistently rewarded while they themselves are punished or ignored. This is a deliberate form of manipulation known as triangulation, which amplifies feelings of inadequacy and resentment. What distinguishes someone with NPD from a confident narcissist is their inability to form healthy emotional bonds. The rejection they experienced early in life leaves them with an empathy deficit hidden behind an inflated ego. A narcopath is essentially a socially manufactured psychopath. Had they grown up in a nurturing environment, they would not have developed this empathy disorder, which is ultimately a survival strategy forged in the presence of sustained abuse. Key points. Healthy narcissism can boost confidence. NPD is an extreme, harmful form. NPD stems from childhood neglect, rejection, or emotional abuse. Consistent invalidation and lack of affection forge the disorder. Favoritism and sibling comparison can intensify its development. Unlike regular narcissism, NPD hinders emotional bonding and empathy. It's a learned coping mechanism, not an innate trait. DV. Rational narcissism, achievement-based narcissism. Achievement-based narcissism differs from NPD, much like Stoicism differs from psychopathy. While both may appear emotionally distant, one is still capable of bonding deeply, while the other is not. In the same way, a narcissist and an individual with NPD may both seem egotistical, but only one can truly connect on an emotional level. Successful individuals, by nature, carry some level of narcissism. It is part of the confidence that comes from achievement. The difference is one of degree. A wildly successful person might approach the same level of self-importance as someone with NPD, but this is rare and typically grounded in reality rather than delusion. Unlike those with NPD, achievement-based narcissists do not see themselves as infallible or untouchable. They simply recognize that they are above average, whether in intelligence, wealth, or health. This sense of superiority is often justified, as success naturally breeds self-confidence. While NPD stems from delusion born of emotional abuse, achievement-based narcissism comes from tangible results and earned skill. These are individuals who have worked intelligently, tested themselves, and succeeded. NPDs, by contrast, elevate themselves in fantasy to cope with the deep wounds left by childhood mistreatment. Healthy narcissism comes from a positive place. NPD is a coping mechanism born of pain. The former can inspire and create, while the latter often seeks to control and harm. Not all narcissism is destructive. Understanding this difference is crucial for anyone studying the spectrum. Key points. Achievement-based narcissism is confidence from real success, unlike NPD's trauma-driven delusion. Both may appear egotistical, but only the achievement-based narcissist can form healthy bonds. Healthy narcissism stems from skill, intelligence, and proven accomplishment. NPD is rooted in childhood abuse, leading to sadism and emotional dysfunction. Not all narcissism is harmful. Some is earned and performance-driven. 3. The birth of the narcopath. To survive their early environment, the person with NPD constructs a false self, a mask, to shield them from the pain of rejection. While they are victims of their upbringing, they are also dangerous. Offering pity or sympathy is risky, as they may interpret compassion as weakness and exploit it. The love they missed as children left a vacuum that cannot be filled. Many come from families where one or both parents also had NPD or another empathy-related disorder. Any kindness they receive as adults serves only to boost their ego. It is not truly felt or appreciated in the intended way. A narcopath, defined here as a combination of psychopathy and grandiose narcissism, lacks genuine empathy. While a standard narcissist may be arrogant or self-centered, they can still feel compassion. A narcopath, however, perceives vulnerability only as a flaw to be exploited. They cannot love in the true, emotional sense. Joy and beauty or tenderness is foreign to them. Instead, they may destroy anything that draws attention away from themselves. If confronted with their inability to love, they respond with anger, denial, and manipulation. They highlight their virtues while pointing out your flaws in a distorted narrative. Their pride cannot tolerate being told they are incapable of something. Narcopaths are shaped by abuse and deprivation, yet they remain dangerous. They value sympathy only as a tool for exploitation, not as a bridge to connection. Key points: NPDs, narcopaths, create a false self to survive early parental abuse. They crave sympathy only as ego fuel, not as genuine emotional connection. Narcopaths lack empathy, making them closer to an egotistical form of psychopath. They see vulnerability as weakness and often respond with hostility or exploitation. Denying their capacity for love triggers rage, manipulation, and victim playing. They are both victims of abuse and dangerous to those who show them compassion. 4. Dealing with a narcopath. Narcopaths operate from a self-centered emotional framework. They may not truly care about others, but they react when someone they depend on becomes unavailable. This is not concern. It is irritation at losing access to a resource. They often display anger or seek to feed their ego through ridicule. While this humor may seem entertaining, it is rooted in belittling others for validation. This reflects a form of soft sadism, often mirrored in their private lives as well. Ridicule boosts their feeling of superiority over the target group, while earning approval from their chosen audience. Since they thrive on conflict, they often create chaos to feed their sense of power. Everything is filtered through ego. This is both their strength and weakness. They attack readily, but cannot withstand sustained counterattack. In confrontations, their strategy is to win quickly by overwhelming opponents. If you use their own tactics against them, they may lose composure and revert to uncontrolled anger. Unlike true psychopaths, narcopaths are poor at enduring prolonged challenges. Their greatest vulnerability is narcissistic injury, the deep offense taken when their ego is threatened. When dealing with them in this state, the most effective approach is to undermine their pride. Mock them, question their credibility, and challenge their self-image. While extreme, this tactic works because they respect strength. Without the ability to offend them, you will never earn their respect. In many ways, they operate like bullies, only backing down when they meet someone who plays their game better than they do. Key points: narcopaths lack genuine concern for others. Annoyance at someone's absence is mistaken for caring. They often seek validation through ridicule, feeding a form of soft sadism. Conflict fuels them. They thrive on chaos and ego-driven superiority. High in attack but low in defense, they crumble when overwhelmed. Narcissistic injury is their greatest weakness. Reason rarely works once ego is triggered. The only effective approach is to undermine, mock, and outdo them in their own game. Respect often follows only when they're bested. 5. Summary: narcopaths and their red flags. A narcopath is an informal term that describes someone who has both narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, and psychopathy at the same time. It's basically shorthand for a comorbid, co-occurring, grandiose narcissist and psychopath. This combination tends to be much more dangerous than either condition alone because, from narcissism, they inherit extreme self-centeredness, a deep need for admiration and validation, a fragile ego that reacts aggressively to perceived slights, manipulation to protect their self-image. From psychopathy, they inherit a lack of empathy, especially affective empathy, the ability to feel what others feel, impulsivity and thrill-seeking, a willingness to harm others without guilt, calculated cruelty for personal gain. Why they're more dangerous? While many narcissists can at least simulate empathy to maintain relationships, and some can genuinely feel a degree of sympathy, narcopaths lack this capacity almost entirely. They can charm, lie, and manipulate like a narcissist, and exploit others without remorse like a psychopath. This makes them highly manipulative, strategic, and calculated. Emotionally predatory, they read people to find weaknesses. Unstoppable by guilt or shame. Normal social breaks don't work. In psychology, the term narcopath isn't official. It's more of a pop psychology or self-help community term. Clinically, a therapist might diagnose such a person with narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial traits or antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic traits. Narcopath red flags. 1. Charm that feels too fast. Comes across as magnetic, funny, and interested in you from the start. Moves quickly to gain trust. Might share fake personal details to make you feel close. Often uses flattery like a weapon. 2. Love bombing, followed by devaluation. Overwhelms you with attention, compliments, and promises early on. Once you're emotionally invested, they start subtly criticizing, belittling, or undermining you. Cycles between warmth and cruelty to keep you off balance. 3. Zero genuine empathy. Can mimic caring behavior, but it feels hollow or rehearsed. When you're hurt, they focus on how it affects them, not on your actual pain. Shows cold indifference in situations where most people would show compassion. Chatterty predatory opportunism. Spots weaknesses in people and situations quickly and exploits them without guilt. May deliberately provoke stress, confusion, or guilt in others to gain advantage. Skilled at pushing buttons to make you react emotionally. 5. Ruthless boundary violations. Tests limits early. May disregard your privacy, time, or values. Treats your boundaries as obstacles, not as something to respect. Often ignores the word no or tries to reframe it in their favor. 6. Inconsistency and double lives. Projects one image in public and another in private. May lie easily and convincingly about big and small things. Keeps different people in their life isolated from each other to control the narrative. 7. Lack of accountability. Never truly admits fault, shifts blame, makes excuses, or rewrites history. If caught, they'll often confess in a way that still paints them as the victim. Uses projection, accusing you of what they're actually doing. Quick tip for detection. If someone's charm makes you overlook inconsistencies, that's often the narcopath's first victory. Pay more attention to patterns of behavior over time than to intense single moments. Chapter 8. The nature of psychopathy and how to understand it. The psychopaths are always around. In calm times, we study them, but in times of upheaval, they rule over us. Ernst Kretschmer. To begin, let us define psychopathy for the purposes of this discussion. Some researchers and specialists often describe traits like narcissism or Machiavellianism as components of psychopathy. While these qualities can overlap, the reality is more nuanced. For instance, not every psychopath is charismatic, and not every charismatic person is psychopathic. Likewise, many Machiavellian individuals are not psychopaths, though nearly all psychopaths display Machiavellian tendencies. When experts in psychology, psychiatry, or intelligence agencies refer to psychopaths, they are frequently pointing to what is better understood as a dark triad personality. This loose use of terminology can be misleading. The label psychopath is often used as a synonym for dark triad, yet psychopathy is only 1/3 of that broader framework. When I refer to psychopathy, I mean psychopathy specifically, not the related traits of narcissism or Machiavellianism. While these qualities can exist in a single individual, each is capable of existing independently. In this chapter, you will learn what psychopathy truly is and how to adopt some of its useful qualities. This distinction matters because it allows us to differentiate between someone who practices emotional detachment deliberately, such as a stoic, and someone who is neurologically incapable of empathy, which is the essence of psychopathy. The key difference is choice. A stoic can consciously turn empathy on or off, whereas for a psychopath, the switch is permanently stuck on/off. Their lack of empathy is not a preference, but a neurological condition. Psychopathy is best described as an inability to empathize. For the psychopath, this absence can be both an advantage and a curse. The benefit lies in their freedom from guilt and moral hesitation, which grants them a sense of invincibility and often fuels their narcissism. Their contemplation of morality is purely intellectual, never emotional. They may create moral codes for others, but internally they feel no obligation to follow them. Their emotional life is entirely self-centered, and the feelings of others are seen as tools to manipulate. Psychopaths are amoral by nature. To care about morality requires empathy, and by virtue of their neurology, they lack it. This deficiency can even be measured through lower brain activity on medical scans such as MRIs. In red pill discussions, people often speak about the power of not giving a fuck. For psychopaths, this is not a skill, but a constant state. They never care about you as a person, your well-being, or your struggles. What they care about is getting what they want. They may act as though they care, but their interest only extends as far as your usefulness. If you represent value to them, they may appear protective, but only because you are an investment they wish to preserve until it benefits them. Their apparent concern is never about you as an individual, but about how you serve their self-interest. Your value to a psychopath is defined by your utility. If you provide a service now or could in the future, they may maintain you as a resource. But they are incapable of true concern for your well-being. Skilled psychopaths can create the illusion of care, cloaking their manipulation in charm. This is never genuine. It is a performance driven by Machiavellian calculation. To believe otherwise is to fall into self-deception, projecting your desires onto someone incapable of reciprocation. Not all psychopaths present themselves the same way. Some are openly cold and detached, while others are highly skilled at projecting warmth and charisma. These latter types are wolves in sheep's clothing. What they display outwardly is always a facade. Their real emotions are detached and self-centered. The attention and apparent affection they show others is a manipulation tool designed to secure influence and leverage. Unlike most people, emotional pleas cannot sway them, for they are motivated only by power and advantage. Psychopaths are also extraordinarily observant. They read body language, vocal tone, posture, and even micro-expressions with precision. Every fidget, hesitation, or scratch can be catalogued and analysed. They use this information to assess your weaknesses, your likely behavior, and your potential usefulness or threat. This makes them dangerous social predators. If they decide you are exploitable, they may manipulate or ensnare you. If they view you as a liability with no utility, they may attempt to destroy you. While all psychopaths display Machiavellian tendencies, not all Machiavellians are psychopaths. A person can emulate some psychopathic traits through stoicism, training themselves to suppress empathy temporarily, but they cannot neurologically become a psychopath. A stoic works against their natural emotions, while a psychopath lacks those emotions altogether. For example, guilt and remorse are processes a stoic may suppress, but a psychopath never experiences them in the first place. Machiavellianism can be learned. Psychopathy cannot. The former is an art, the latter is a neurological condition. You can study the skills psychopaths use, but you cannot replicate their biology. For a psychopath, people are always viewed as tools. If you are useful, you may be kept around. If you are useless or a liability, they may actively harm you. Psychopaths embody cruelty precisely because they are free of guilt. For ordinary people, guilt serves as a barrier to unrestrained selfishness. Psychopaths lack this barrier entirely. Female psychopathy is relatively rare, largely due to biological and hormonal differences. Instead, women who engage in immoral behavior often rationalize their actions through self-deception. They may convince themselves they are acting for the right reasons, reframing guilt through justification and blame shifting. This is not true psychopathy, but a form of emotional dissociation. It allows them to commit harmful acts while maintaining the illusion of moral correctness. Women are often adept at convincing themselves of falsehoods because their reasoning is heavily influenced by their emotional state. This capacity for self-deception allows them to rewrite their internal narratives, enabling them to reconcile harmful actions with a false sense of justification. Paradoxically, psychopaths often possess remarkable insight into human behavior. Their ability to observe and deduce allows them to weaponize truth. They can overwhelm others with cold, cutting observations that expose vulnerabilities. Delivered without compassion, this kind of truth can feel abusive, leaving the target shattered. While it may resemble a red pill moment, the psychopath's intent is to harm, not to enlighten. They can also twist truth into manipulation. By mixing accurate observations with falsehoods, they create a powerful blend that convinces others of lies by anchoring them to verifiable facts. This makes them exceptional gaslighters, capable of driving people into confusion and self-doubt without ever feeling guilty for the harm caused. If Machiavellianism is neutral, a tool that can be used for good or ill, psychopathy is inherently destructive. It cannot be suppressed or reshaped into something harmless. It simply is. Psychopathy is not a strategy, but a state of being. So what can a non-psychopath learn from psychopathy? While you cannot acquire the condition itself, you can adopt the skills it often grants: heightened observation, frame control, and mastery over destructive emotions. What you cannot copy is the biological absence of empathy. To approximate the not giving a fuck mindset, one must practice stoicism, the conscious suppression of destructive emotions like fear, guilt, and anxiety. Stoicism teaches you to endure emotion without rationalizing or feeding it. By focusing on the feeling itself with calm detachment, you strip it of its influence. This practice can resemble meditation, training the mind to separate thought from feeling. Over time, it strengthens self-control, sharpens focus, and creates resilience. Fearlessness and confidence emerge naturally when negative emotions no longer dominate. Practical steps include meditation, weightlifting, and consistent mental discipline. By confronting and dissolving destructive emotions, you gain greater control of your life and increase personal power. Observation is another skill to cultivate. Cold reading, the practice of analyzing people based on subtle cues, allows you to draw accurate deductions without direct questioning. Posture, tone of voice, gestures, clothing, and word choice all reveal information about a person's confidence, intelligence, and intentions. Over time, this practice sharpens intuition to the point where your gut feeling becomes a reliable guide. To develop this ability, spend time in public places watching people. Observe body language, listen to conversations, and note subtle patterns. Use peripheral vision or even sunglasses to disguise your observations. The more you practice, the sharper your deductions will become. This skill not only protects you, but can also give you influence over others when necessary. Key points. Cold reading is the art of deducing traits from nonverbal cues, posture, eye contact, gestures, breathing, and verbal nuances, tone, vocabulary, accent, word choice. Clothing, grooming, tattoos, jewelry, and makeup all signal status, self-image, and insecurities. Women's makeup use often reveals differences between natural confidence and insecurity masked by illusion. Developing this skill sharpens intuition, creating fast, accurate heuristics about people. Cold reading is cold because it's covert. Observation without probing questions. Practicing in public spaces, cafes, streets, hones awareness and builds psychological reconnaissance skills. Chapter 9. Mastering Power Through the 48 Laws. Do not leave your reputation to chance or gossip. It is your life's artwork, and you must craft it, hone it, and display it with the care of an artist. Robert Greene. 1. The Book of Modern Strategy. The 48 Laws of Power functions as a contemporary manual of cunning. Drawing on the insights of Machiavelli and Gracian, Robert Greene dissects influence into individual laws, each supported by stories of Europe's elite. These examples highlight how power manifests in practice, giving the reader both theory and illustration. The book is so effective at teaching manipulation that it has become a bestseller worldwide. In US prisons, it is one of the most borrowed books, and in some institutions, it is outright banned. Had it been published centuries earlier, it would likely have been blacklisted by the Church alongside the Prince. 2. The missing pieces of Greene's work. To become truly strategic, one must recognize what the 48 Laws omits. While rich in detail, it is not a complete education in power. This chapter will highlight where Greene's work falls short and where the student must seek complementary sources. The laws focus on micro-level interactions, how to manage impressions, conceal intentions, and manipulate individuals. They do not provide large-scale models or structural strategies. To address this limitation, Greene released the 33 Strategies of War. When combined with the 48 Laws, the two texts balance each other. The first sharpens interpersonal cunning. The second reveals how to engage in broader, organizational conflicts. Paired with The Prince, these three works give a student of Machiavellianism both psychological insight and philosophical grounding. Greene's historical examples, however, are distant for many readers. His narratives of aristocrats and courts do not easily translate into the modern workplace or political arena. Strong abstract thinkers can adapt them, but the average reader may struggle to see how these principles play out today. Finally, the book offers no prioritization system. It does not explain how to resolve conflicts when two laws apply at once. The burden of interpretation rests entirely on the reader. Those who cannot adapt may miss much of what the book has to offer. Key points: the 48 Laws of Power, micro, and the 33 Strategies of War, macro, are complementary. Together, they form a fuller education in power. The 48 Laws sharpens interpersonal cunning, while the 33 Strategies equips one for business and large-scale conflict. Adding Machiavelli's The Prince completes the philosophical and psychological foundation for mastering power. Greene's examples often feel distant, drawn from elites in historical settings, making modern application harder for average readers. The books outline principles but lack step-by-step guidance or hierarchy of laws, leaving interpretation and application to the reader. Trecci. Power on a Spectrum. One of the greatest misunderstandings among readers is treating the laws as rigid rules. Ironically, the final law, assume formlessness, warns against such rigidity. Just as a strategist adapts to shifting battlefields, the laws must be applied with fluidity. For example, never outshine the master is usually wise, but in some cases, defying this advice is essential. Suppose a boss constantly steals credit and undermines you. Outshining them before their superior may secure your position while exposing your boss. In this case, breaking the law serves your interests. The laws are broad principles of power, adaptable to the circumstances at hand. When applying them, one must first ask whether the timing is right, Law 35, and whether the current strategy is effective, Law 48. If the timing is favorable but the strategy is failing, a law reversal should be employed. If neither timing nor strategy aligns, it is best to continue as you are, remaining attentive for the right moment to execute a reversal. Every law exists on a continuum. At one extreme is the full expression of the law. At the other, its reversal. In between are countless variations. Learning to slide along this spectrum is what transforms rote knowledge into mastery. Take, always say less than necessary. At maximum, it means extreme brevity. At reversal, it means overwhelming the listener with verbosity that distracts and conceals. At the midpoint, it may mean sharing just enough to appear open while withholding key details. The underlying principle remains constant, but the execution shifts based on timing and circumstance. Green hints at this flexibility by including reversals, but true mastery requires the reader to internalize the duality of each law. This demands creativity, practice, and intuition. Key points. The laws should be seen as adaptable strategies, not rigid rules. Law 48, assume formlessness, embodies this. Reversals are sometimes necessary. For example, outshine the master can work if your boss is already undermining you. Application depends on timing, Law 35, and whether your current approach is effective. Laws exist on a spectrum, 0 to 100. 100 equals default form of the law. 0 equals its reversal. 50 equals blended application, appearing open while still concealing key information. Each law can be rotated or nuanced depending on context. Mastery lies in finesse and adaptability. 4. Learning the laws effectively. To rush through. The 48 Laws is to miss its essence. It is a book that rewards slow study and deliberate practice. A structured learning process might look like this. Read deliberately. Study one law at a time and imagine how it applies to modern life. Take notes. Identify key principles and invent hypothetical scenarios. Reinforce with audio. Listen to narrations or audiobooks to deepen memory. Reflect on experience. Recognize past or present situations where the law applies. Practice defensively. Use the laws subtly within your main social groups. Experiment boldly. Test more aggressive applications in low-stakes environments. Disposable social group. Apply selectively. Use the laws strategically where the risk and reward justify it. The goal is not rote memorization, but integration. When the laws move from abstract text into lived behavior, their true value emerges. 5. Building a Machiavellian foundation. For the serious student of power, 3 books form the foundation. Machiavelli's The Prince, Green's The 48 Laws of Power, and The 33 Strategies of War. Read in sequence, they offer philosophy, interpersonal tactics, and large-scale strategy. The Prince strips away illusions of morality and examines political power in raw form. The 48 Laws provides interpersonal tools to command respect and detect manipulation. The 33 Strategies scales those lessons into organizations and institutions. Together, they reshape your worldview, teaching you to think critically, act strategically, and wield influence effectively. Additional works may add flavor, but these 3 form the essential core. Part 2. Applying the Dark Triad. Focuses on tactics, strategies, and real-world application. Chapter 10. How to apply the 48 Laws of Power. Building Machiavellian competence. Laying the groundwork. This chapter focuses on how to apply the ideas within Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power. Many readers find Greene's book brilliant, yet difficult to use in practice. The issue is not in Greene's writing, but in the gap between theory and application. To truly benefit, a reader must go beyond the text. They must build new skills, develop supporting methods, and deepen their understanding of human behavior. The book outlines principles of power, but leaves unspoken the qualities one must cultivate to apply them effectively. Without these qualities, the student risks becoming an academic of power rather than a practitioner. The scope of this work is to highlight those skill sets so that aspiring strategists can turn Greene's insights into daily action. Although Greene provides powerful insights, his book lacks methodology. Think of it as a cookbook. He gives you the ingredients, but no recipes. The laws are the raw materials of strategy, but the process of turning them into usable tools is missing. To someone untrained, the book introduces a fascinating world, yet leaves them without a map for how to navigate it. Greene deliberately avoids step-by-step examples. He tells stories from history to illustrate the laws, but does not explain how to apply them in common, everyday situations. As a result, readers often understand the mechanics of power, but not how to translate them into personal practice. Greene himself remarked that he hoped his book would be used as a defense against natural manipulators rather than as a manual for abuse. This helps explain why it does not provide direct training. Yet many readers seek more than passive awareness. They want active mastery. That is where this work begins, providing direction on how to turn theory into practical Machiavellian skill. Key points. Greene intended the 48 Laws of Power as a defensive tool against manipulators, not a manual for exploitation. Psychopaths do not need the book since much of it comes naturally to them. The text teaches through stories and theory, not step-by-step instructions. Its value lies in raising awareness and providing memorable lessons, not direct application. This gap in practical strategy and weaponization is where further analysis and teaching can expand on Greene's work. The Machiavellian Toolbox. To apply Greene's laws consistently, one must cultivate a collection of core competencies. These are not optional. They form the backbone of effective Machiavellian practice. Without them, one risks having knowledge without power. Below are 6 essential skills that make up the vocational toolbox of a competent Machiavellian. 1. Developing an analytical mind. A Machiavellian must prioritize logic over emotion. Emotions cloud judgment, cause transparency, and reduce control. Logical reasoning, by contrast, allows one to analyze outwardly, deduce with clarity, and calculate accurately. Your emotions should never drive your analysis. Instead, analyze the emotions of others, as these are often the most revealing clues to their intentions. The less you let your own feelings intrude, the sharper your deductions will be. Key points. An analytical mind prioritizes logic over emotion, allowing clearer judgment and deduction. Emotive reasoning creates fallibility, self-exposure, and poor judgment. Logic looks outward and abstract, while emotion turns inward and solipsistic. Personal emotions hinder analysis, but the emotions of others are critical to observe and will be addressed later. Mastery requires subduing one's own feelings to analyze external reality with precision. 2. Mastering subtextual communication. Your perception of the unseen must be sharp. Wit is a muscle that must be trained, and its strength lies in recognizing what others overlook. Words and actions are rarely one-dimensional. They carry layers of meaning such as innuendo, double entendre, and puns, the very tools of rhetoric and subtext. To navigate power dynamics effectively, you must become fluent in this hidden language. If you cannot penetrate the realm of subtext, you cannot hope to be a successful Machiavellian. Without grasping the nuances of character, the essence of another person will forever remain beyond your comprehension. Subtext forms a distinct mode of communication, and blindness to it becomes an Achilles heel. Ignorance here weakens your strategy and diminishes your effectiveness. Communication is always multi-layered. Train yourself to discern what is said, what is truly meant, what might be implied. Once these possibilities are identified, perform a threat-reward assessment. Measure the likelihood of each interpretation, weighing them against available data. Only act when the outcome promises a clear gain or when action is necessary to prevent loss. You will not always choose correctly, but you can minimize errors. When failure strikes, assess the damage, adapt, and recalibrate. Mistakes are inevitable. Refinement is born from them. Yet when blunders endanger your standing, prioritize damage control above all, unless the relationship itself is expendable. 3. Becoming eloquently articulate. Language is a weapon, and your speech is its delivery system. Eloquence protects you when challenged and allows you to influence others with precision. In moments of public pressure, quick wit and articulate responses protect your reputation. Silence or poor phrasing can cost you status. Eloquence also empowers you to persuade, interrogate, or defend against psychological ambush. In a world where physical confrontation is rare, words have become the primary battlefield. 4. Emotional intelligence and infiltration. You must develop refined emotional intelligence. This is where those who favor emotional communication can offset weaknesses noted earlier. This does not mean analyzing with emotion. It means communicating through emotion and inspiring emotion in others. Robotic behavior has no charm. Learn how emotions relate to one another and how they trigger neighboring states. To do this well, grasp the character and depth of each emotion. Understand the nature of each emotion so you can use it to guide people toward predictable outcomes. If you can feel what others feel, you gain intimate knowledge of how to influence them. Do not be driven by the emotion you sense. Treat it as data. Use that data to determine how best to influence someone who is constrained by their own emotional imperatives. In short, feel as others feel, yet remain detached from the compulsion that would drive a less disciplined mind to act on those feelings. With this knowledge, you can plan in many ways. If you understand what emotionally propels a person, you can fill their void by becoming the source of their desires. This echoes Law 11, keeping people dependent on you. Shared emotion also builds trust and rapport. With sufficient knowledge, anyone can become an emotional provider for another, regardless of wealth or status. This ability to reshape yourself into an object of emotional desire allows powerful social influence. Do not underestimate this. Many overlook emotion, but it is worth mastering. Emotional intelligence, combined with awareness of a person's social ties, reveals emotional weak points that can be leveraged if you choose a more aggressive path. 5. Cold reading. You must learn cold reading. It is the ability to detect and interpret subtle nonverbal cues such as tone, posture, body language, eye and facial movements, clothing and accessories, accent and register. This lets you infer someone's state of mind and current priorities without explicit questions. Knowing how people feel about you regardless of their words is invaluable. The ability to form accurate generalizations without probing gives you a large edge over those who cannot read nonverbal signals. Cold reading is a prerequisite for Machiavellians because it greatly boosts deductive effectiveness. 6. Superficial charm. Machiavellianism requires steady in-field analysis and frequent social contact. Every interaction should serve a purpose. In conversation, you should size people up and collect information to understand their nature. Doing so lets you calibrate your demeanor to their preferences and socialize across many types. Along the way, you may also encounter valuable information that can give you leverage, such as confidences and secrets. People often greet you with a curated version of themselves, a social representative they have learned to present. You must get past that to truly know them. Machiavellianism works best when wrapped in charm and humor. Charm is the anesthesia of suspicion. It lets you probe without causing pain or paranoia. In medicine, sedatives allow physical operations. Here, the adjustment is cognitive. If people do not trust you because you cannot make them comfortable, the interrogative nature of Machiavellian practice will breed resentment and distance. For best results, always apply charm. Comfort produces trust, and trust expands cooperative options. A classic book that helps build charm is Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Concluding statements. Avoiding misapplication. Not every law in Green's book fits every situation. Some laws contradict others. This confuses many aspiring Machiavellians and younger readers. Green often flips laws on their heads to show that reversals can be just as effective. Your analytical mind must determine whether to apply a law as written or to use its reversal based on the nuances of the situation. You must understand your setting and how to behave in it. You need to read the people around you, their status, usefulness, opinions, relationships, motives, and desires. The book gives you ingredients for power, not hand-holding. Generally, the easier your life has been, the harder it may be to use the teachings effectively. Pain has power because it forces change and opens the mind to possibilities once ignored. With deep analysis of your social environment, you can see what happens behind the scenes and select laws that fit. Tailor your implementation to your target, the scenario, and the consequences of applying a specific law. For instance, Law 34, act royal in your own fashion, and Law 1, never outshine the master, often conflict. You typically cannot apply both to the same person at the same time. Acting regal will likely outshine. Trying to project both messages sends mixed signals and arouses suspicion. Using Law 34 on a narcissist or someone more powerful raises their guard. Using it with those low in Machiavellian intelligence can inspire respect. Using Law 1 with a superior, a narcissist, or someone highly Machiavellian lowers their guard. Using it with someone of low Machiavellian intelligence may lead them to dismiss you. To simplify, the powerful want to believe you are weak, so let them believe it. That helps you gain acceptance. A skilled Machiavellian avoids appearing as competition until it is too late. When rivals can no longer stop your moves, that is when you make your entrance, aligning with Law 28, enter action with boldness. The powerful desire your passivity because they want to keep their dominance. They are players, and competition threatens their position. The less powerful, however, want you to be strong because they seek attachment to strength. They fear for survival more than prestige. This can become emotional parasitism if the relationship is unwelcome, though Law 34 often exploits this tendency among the average, who are, by definition, less powerful. Misusing the laws produces social failure, not success. If you apply them clumsily, they will not work, and at worst, they will damage your reputation. You also need to master the specific skills listed earlier to be proficient. A final note of advice. Practice refining these skills on people you do not value highly. If your experimentation ruins that relationship, its disposable nature means you have not lost anything significant. Chapter 11. Ego in Practice. Stupidity combined with arrogance and a huge ego will get you a long way. Chris Lowe. 1. The Foundations of Reinvention. Everyone carries opinions about ego and narcissism, even if they don't consciously realize it. Some admire bold self-expression, while others recoil from raw arrogance. This leaves those who seek to reinvent themselves uncertain about how much ego to embrace. Is ego inherently good or bad? The answer is neither. Ego is not a moral category, but a tool. Our vision of an ideal self shifts with experience. A man who has suffered from arrogance may later pursue stoicism, while another who has failed due to passivity may turn toward egotism. The mistake is assuming the cure lies in fully adopting the opposite. True strength lies in balance. Success requires flexibility, not a single identity. One must embody both restraint and boldness, humility and narcissism. Many dislike this idea, but its usefulness is undeniable. Thus, the egotist should practice humility, and the humble should practice ego. Neither alone is enough. Finesse arises from knowing when to wield one and when to restrain it. This ability is learned through trial and error, and the area where you are weakest is where you must train hardest. In short, do not pick one side. Develop both. 2. Ego and humility in practice. Different contexts demand different positions on the ego-humility spectrum. Expressing arrogance after a victory cheapens the achievement, while showing humility enhances it. Yet during struggle, ego can be attractive and powerful. Finesse is the awareness of when to lean into one or the other. With women, confidence and ego are rewarded regardless of protests to the contrary. In sales, the result depends on the market. Ego may appeal to lower-end buyers, but when selling to the elite, arrogance fails. In such cases, what works is passionate humility, firm belief without crude force. Influential people are turned off by brash arrogance. They prefer to see determination balanced with composure. Too much ego signals insecurity, too little signals weakness. Finesse means adjusting the balance depending on who is in front of you. It is diplomacy when diplomacy works, arrogance when arrogance is required. A strategist who masters this balance is not locked into one role. He compartmentalizes, calling on ego or humility as the situation dictates. Most people cannot adapt this way. They are trapped in one mode. That inability costs them opportunities. The interplay of ego and humility is captivating. It produces what might be called humble confidence. The difference between confidence and arrogance lies in civility. The confident man can make bold statements, yet temper them with moments of grace. This complexity fascinates others, making you harder to judge and more appealing. The 4 archetypes of ego orientation. To make this clearer, we can map ego against confidence. When these two traits intersect, 4 archetypes appear. Confident plus arrogant. Bold, assertive, but often abrasive or domineering. Confident plus humble. Secure and capable without boasting. Inspires trust and respect. Timid plus humble. Modest and likable, though easily overlooked. Timid plus arrogant. Insecure yet condescending. Compensates for fear with superiority displays. This grid helps explain why finesse requires both ego and humility. The most effective archetype is not a static one, but the ability to shift as needed, especially toward the quadrant of confident plus humble, which blends strength with grace. 3. Adaptability versus authenticity. The necessity of adaptation. Learning people and adjusting to them is fundamental to effective Machiavellian practice. In the pursuit of finesse, almost everything comes down to reading others from limited information. As you gather more data, you adapt, shaping your conduct in ways they will appreciate. You do not speak to the egotistical as you would to the reserved, nor to the intelligent as you would to the foolish. By identifying personality types and their traits, egocentrism in narcissists, skepticism in rational minds, simplicity in the dim, you refine the way you speak, making others more receptive. The illusion of authenticity. The foolish and the vain often glorify authenticity, preaching that one should always act in ways most natural to them. Strategically, this advice is disastrous. It assumes that artifice is inherently bad and that simply being yourself is enough to succeed. This is the lie most people want to believe, that they are already sufficient and that no adaptation is required. The truth is harsh. Be yourself only if you have given up on growth, or if you are already highly developed and thus your natural self embodies finesse. Otherwise, being yourself is the worst advice you could take. The fallacy exposed. Philosophically, the command to be yourself is a social version of the naturalistic fallacy, the belief that the natural is good and the artificial is bad. Yet humanity has spent millennia constructing the artificial world of civilization to escape the so-called purity of nature. If being yourself means adapting fluidly to many personalities, it is useful. But if it means acting in the way that comes easiest rather than the way most effective, it cripples you. Authenticity in this sense becomes the indulgence of the accomplished narcissist. He shares his struggles to build rapport, to inspire, and ultimately to achieve power. For him, it is a tool of influence. For you, it is misinformation. The reality behind the mask. Those who loudly champion authenticity are often the most polished social chameleons. They mastered adaptation to reach their current position. They are playing the game, exercising finesse, and selling you a story. If you buy into it, you handicap yourself. Growth and influence require stepping into roles that do not come naturally. People are told to be themselves, even when their unrefined selves are insufficient, as if it is better to be a natural loser than an artificial winner. Self-acceptance has value, but it should not exclude strategy. The power of dynamic communication. If you speak to everyone in the same way, your inability to adjust tone and style will close many doors. This is not being fake, it is being dynamic. A person who can converse with a wide range of individuals is far more effective than one limited to a narrow set. A necessary caveat. If you cannot convincingly tailor your demeanor and the stakes are high, do not attempt to emulate the other person. A poor imitation is worse than none at all. What you intend as similarity will be read as insincerity, and you will be disrespected for appearing false. In these moments, employ passionate humility. Flexibility only becomes falsity when it fails. Falsity is nothing more than finesse gone wrong, an unskilled attempt at adaptation that collapses into ostracism. 4. Learning and the role of ego. When developing new skills, ego is often the biggest obstacle. It blinds you to feedback, blocks introspection, and prevents growth. To learn effectively, approach tasks with humility, acknowledging ignorance and seeking criticism. Many cling to failing methods because they identify too closely with them. They take critique of their approach as critique of themselves. This attachment makes it painful to change, even when failure is obvious. The solution is to treat actions as tools rather than reflections of self. When you see methods as means to an end, you can discard what doesn't work without wounding your pride. Ego deceives when you are struggling. Humility frees you. Improvement comes when you ask, is this logical? Is it true? And adjust accordingly. In learning, humility is the path to growth, while ego keeps you stuck. 5. In summary, power should always be used with precision. Use only the force necessary to achieve the goal. Never excess. Overuse is sloppy, invites resistance, and creates consequences you cannot control. Green's Law 47, in victory, learn when to stop, captures this principle. In the end, the Stoic alone is dull. The narcissist alone is foolish. The wise man is both, wielding each when needed. Adjust your ego to suit the person before you. Use stereotypes as starting points, then switch if reality proves different. Passionate humility is stronger than arrogance or supplication when others hold the advantage. Ego can be pushed boldly in negotiation, but if the other bears the risk, you still need them more. Authenticity is a tool of the accomplished, not an excuse to avoid playing the game. Ego and humility exist on a spectrum. The midpoint is humble confidence. Passionate humility means speaking with pride in what you do, while crediting others and defending with conviction instead of aggression. Ego is useful when attracting, humility when learning. Be yourself is a false platitude. Be what the situation demands. Alternating between boldness and humility makes you magnetic and hard to categorize. Do not become ego or humility. Treat both as tools, using whichever best serves your purpose. Chapter 12. Machiavellian Maxims. 1. Introduction. A maxim is a short, concentrated statement of principle, a rule of conduct or insight expressed in its simplest form. Unlike essays or extended arguments, maxims are designed to be remembered and applied quickly. They function like strategic proverbs, brief, sharp, and practical. This chapter offers a collection of such maxims through a Machiavellian lens. Originally written as reminders for myself, they are closer to field notes than formal philosophy. Think of them as the Machiavellian counterpart to Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, personal observations meant to guide conduct in politics, business, and relationships. Part 1. The Maxims. Consider them notes for practice, short and sharp. Weaknesses will always be used against you. Neutralize them by exposing them yourself. Wear them like armor so others cannot weaponize them. If your weakness is only suspected, deny it. If it is known, spin it. If observed directly, dismiss it. If profitable, convert it into victimhood status. Justification works only when respect exists. If someone dislikes you, your explanations will be treated as excuses and guilt assumed. Do not defend against attackers. Attack in return. Justification is weakness. Assertion is power. People are like stocks. Acquire assets, avoid or drop liabilities, and ignore market rumors. Seek insider information whenever possible. The unlucky can drag you down as much as the toxic. Avoid both. Attacks reveal intent. Defense reveals importance. What you defend is what you value. Allies are rarely attacked unless as a decoy. The battle of the sexes. This is the only war where crushing the opposition is not victory. A man must avoid both checkmate and stalemate by continuously placing his woman in check. Only then can the union be considered victorious. Everything is war in disguise. Love, business, politics. Wherever interests compete, a battlefield emerges. And wherever there is a battlefield, there is war. When stability collapses, prepare for total war. Never insult a king in his own hall. If you must, do so only among those who share your disdain. Anyone on whom you rely socially, economically, or politically is a king. Lust and desire breed deceit. Passion is useful only until it turns destructive. Meaning desire can be useful as motivation, but unchecked lust, whether for sex, power, or gain, breeds lies and corruption. Machiavellianism is a set of strategies, not a moral compass. Judge not the tools, but the soul of the one who wields them. Morality does not eliminate Machiavellianism, it only shapes its use. Claiming to be too moral for strategy is simply foolishness. When people dislike you, their questions are attacks. Sometimes the attack is disguised as concern, other times it is blatant. Always gauge the legitimacy of what is being asked. Insincere questions deserve only insincere answers, if they deserve an answer at all. Do not place blind trust in those who flood you with questions. Curiosity may be innocent, but often it conceals a search for weakness. The line between genuine interest and interrogation is thin. Doubling down or ignoring usually outperforms apologizing. Ignore your ignorer. Silence becomes a war of attrition. Silence can be a weapon. To ignore someone who ignores you is to test who breaks first. Whoever speaks first reveals need. Ignoring is a non-response response. Silence is never truly neutral. A pattern of non-responses often signals a negative sentiment. For those who genuinely like you, find it difficult to ignore you. Where bullying fails, charm succeeds. And where charm fails, bullying succeeds. Use hard power when soft power fails, and use soft power when hard power fails. People are enticed by circumvention. Operating outside the rules carries its own thrill. People feel pleasure when they get away with things. With psychopaths, always remember the relationship is conditional. Expect nothing sentimental. If you cannot discern what a psychopath wants, dealing with them is chaos. Withdraw. Charm is born of happiness or success, not virtue. People often confuse charm with morality, failing to see the difference. As a rule of prudence, the more charming a person is, the more dangerous they are. The powerful are always testing. They measure constantly, yielding only fragments of respect to those who pass repeatedly. A single fluke of success earns no lasting respect, only a passing glance. Real victims suffer quietly. The loudest victims are often performers seeking gain and power. Nearly everyone will betray if it benefits them. People demand higher morality from others than they practice themselves. Beware cult-like loyalty. Interpretation always serves the interpreter's agenda. Control interpretation, and you control the narrative. Trust sparingly. Trust the average woman as much as you trust your government. Occasionally there is a worthy candidate, but most are not worth your vote. Strong personalities despise the weak and distrust equals. A self-styled king rarely tolerates another in the room. Refine your speech constantly. Practice articulation/debate with people who don't matter. Language is soft power. There is freedom in feigned stupidity. Playing dumb can be profitable. Perceptiveness unsettles the paranoid. Hide your sharpness when among the suspicious. Judge rules by their function. Some protect the many, others only protect rulers. Learn the difference. Life is a game. You either play or you are played. You cannot escape the game. Denying the game does not defeat it. Death is the only exit. Until then, play well if you wish to live well. Beware the encroacher, the one who inserts himself into your affairs to climb socially. He extends a hand with a smile while beneath you, but forgets you when he's above. Encroachers target your popularity, siphoning it through association. The encroacher reveals himself, either through a lack of pleasantry or by lacing pleasantries with subtle undermining. Do not encroach. The fastest way to earn the favour of the powerful is to befriend them, not to irritate them with displays of self-appointed superiority. Charm outshines aggression manipulation with the perceptive. Those who see clearly still enjoy being charmed. Awareness of the seduction does not weaken its effect. Appeal to incentives, never to pity. Excessive perception makes people uneasy. Like nuclear power, they fear your potential even if you mean no harm. Displayed concern is often strategic, not genuine. It's a foot in the door to claim the moral high ground. Anything you say can and will be twisted against you. This is politics, media, and human nature. Mastery of Machiavellianism shields but isolates. With such skill, women will struggle to exploit you, yet they will also be harder to love. Narcissism thrives on attention. It does not distinguish love from hate, and vice versa. Privacy breeds suspicion. Even when nothing is hidden, reluctance to reveal creates doubt. To protect a secret, conceal not only its nature, but its existence. For once others sense a secret, they will be driven to uncover it. Every interview is also an interrogation, only with softer clothing. In covert interrogations, the topic shifts quickly to uncover what unsettles you most. This is reconnaissance for vulnerability. You learn more in casual settings than formal ones. Informality lowers defenses, both theirs and yours. Unasked, advice is rarely welcome. Even when asked, Not everyone deserves your counsel. A polite, "I don't know," saves face. Advice reveals identity. When you advise others, you expose more of yourself than you realize. Advice reflects not just what you think, but why and how. And it is the why and how that truly define you. To make someone embrace your idea, plant it and let them believe it is theirs. Ownership ensures adoption. Trust is gained through help. The fastest way to earn someone's trust is by helping them. Both religious devotion and affection for animals create an appearance of goodness. Manipulators use these signals as disguises. People do not hate being tricked, only realizing it. Tell lies that cannot or will not be investigated. Compulsive lying, however, is the habit of the theatrical fool. Beauty conceals bad/evil intentions. Be generous with friends, courteous with strangers, ruthless with enemies, and above all, know who is who. Part 2. The Maxims. Hijacking is a particular kind of Machiavellianism, for it advances one agenda while hiding behind another, like a Russian doll concealing layers within layers. In simple terms, this means pretending to support someone else's goal in order to secretly advance your own. Always read between the lines. If the reason behind someone's question displeases you, deny them an answer. Refuse traps. Do not stumble into them. When someone undermines rather than refutes you, they are no ally. They are your enemy. Refutation is about ideas. Undermining is about humiliation. Refutation says, "I disagree because of the evidence." Undermining says, "I want to disgrace you." One is logical dispute, the other interpersonal attack. Learn to distinguish the two. Bending the rules. It is nothing more than abusing technicalities, circumventing the spirit of the rule while obeying its letter. Love is powerless against psychopathy. Choose battles that yield real gain/profit. Pettiness drains credibility, and too many fights exhaust you. The crab bucket mentality is widespread. A jealous friend is betrayal waiting to happen. Know when to cut the gangrenous limb, and do not let sentimental nostalgia preserve poisonous ties. Once emotions control you, the chance of tarnishing your reputation rises sharply. Passion clouds judgment. Many arrogant men think anger is the only safe emotion to display. They are wrong. Mastery lies in mindfulness, not fury. He who fails to master his emotions becomes their puppet. Blind obedience to feelings is ruin. Total suppression is exhausting. Ignoring them is foolish. Emotions should be channeled, not denied or obeyed. On national anniversaries, when collective emotion runs high, people are most manipulable. Nostalgia, pride, or grief can turn crowds into fertile ground for influence. Self-deprecation builds trust. Revealing even small imperfections endears people as transparency draws them closer. Negativity is believed more easily than virtue. Good deeds demand proof, bad rumors rarely do. Pretend to be easily provoked, then ignore those who attack. In doing so, hidden foes reveal themselves. By the time they realize it was a trap, they have already exposed their intent. Confuse the battlefield. An effective strategist employs counterintuitive gambits. Show strength as weakness and weakness as strength. When the enemy's data is distorted, his analysis fails, and without analysis, he cannot defeat you. Beware the shield of humor. "It was only a joke" is often used to disguise transgression. All jokes contain truth. When one crosses boundaries in jest, it is still a trespass. Those who cloak cruelty in humor should never be trusted. The jester's laughter can be both shield and weapon. When caught, people rarely reveal the full truth. They start with the least incriminating parts. Trickle truth is about damage control, releasing partial admissions to lessen the blow when a full confession would destroy credibility. Lies compound, trust erodes. The more you are known to lie, the harder it is to succeed at it. Compulsive lying is weak strategy. Lie only when necessary. Trust can be earned and spent, But if squandered too quickly, the account is closed forever. People love being seduced, but they dislike knowing how it is done. Transparency spoils the illusion. Like a magic trick, they want the wonder, not the mechanics. Apply seduction. Whether in romance or sales, never reveal your tricks. Deliver the pitch, not your essence. Effortlessness signals strength. A touch of dismissiveness reinforces the appearance of power. If people feel judged, they will resent you. In diplomacy, phrase guidance as statements, not commands. Honesty is often unwelcome. Most people want affirmation, not contradiction. Only a few intellectuals enjoy being proven wrong. Manufacture a threat, and you can sell its solution. Control both sides of a conflict, and you dictate its outcome. Use staged opposition to observe who rallies where. Sometimes, creating a group that opposes you prevents stronger threats from forming. Dissidents reveal themselves by joining the false opposition instead of building their own. The best deceivers often begin with themselves, which is why they are more emotional than rational. Environments shape behavior. Every setting carries its own expectations and codes. Unless you are greater than your environment, it will define you. Define expectations yourself, or others will define them for you. He who defines his role gains freedom, for people soon accept the role he has chosen. Benefactors should overestimate you. Enemies should underestimate you. Respect follows the room. The lower the intellect of a man's company, the more aggression he must show to earn respect. Among the intelligent, the opposite is true. A Machiavellian adapts to the intellect of his company. If you cannot adjust your demeanor, you are unfit to wield power. An intelligent narcissist won't truly respect you unless you show strength through dramatic, forceful pushback when challenged. Acting is essential. Just as no one key opens every lock, no single persona opens every heart. People are like safes with combinations. Align your behavior with their values, and you unlock trust and respect. Fail, and you spark apathy or disdain. Disagreement can teach, sabotage only destroys. A leader must know the difference. When uncertain, assume sabotage. Work smarter, not harder. Yet, appear average. People envy wealth gained with ease, but admire the man who looks diligent even when cleverness gives him advantage. Outshining is relative. It is easy to avoid outshining brilliance, but difficult to avoid outshining incompetence. In either case, know your place and act accordingly. Ignore powerless fools. Ridicule powerful ones. Weak idiocy is an irritation. Strong idiocy is a threat. Status and relevance determine which is which. Pure logic falls before psychological warfare, and cunning collapses before relentless reason. Cultivate both. Mastery of logic and cunning together makes you dangerous. The logician searches for reasons. The Machiavellian searches for loopholes. Incentives persuade softly. Fear persuades harshly. Those who cannot be bribed can often be threatened. Those who cannot be threatened can often be bribed. Few resist both. Show ego only when it serves your purpose. Bond through what they value. Pets, hobbies, and beloved interests create trust. In matters of trust, appeal to emotion, not reason. Offer many reasons why you should be trusted, and nonsense reasons why you should not. Social rewards favor impression over logic. In social matters, people reward not the most logical, but the most impressive. Persuasion is won more often by rhetoric and cunning than by facts and statistics. Despair is surrender. To give in to hopelessness in the moment is to forfeit. Many hate the powerful instead of befriending them. Such people will never rise, for power is gained by aligning with it, not scorning it. A champion must defend his crown. Admiration invites challengers who lust for his place. The least patriotic leader is the tyrant who smothers his nation out of fear that its growth will unseat him. All abusable systems are eventually abused. To expect otherwise is folly. Systems must be designed with abuse in mind. and when they fail, amend it until they approach infallibility. Dignity has its price. Absolute dignity is rare. Most pride is only resistance waiting to be bought. The weaker the ego, the lower the cost. For the right price, every fantasy can be made real. Persuasive language must be tailored to the listener's intelligence. Avoid fragile alliances. Better no ally than one who will betray. Taste extends beyond food or scent. It shapes personality. Some preferences are manageable, others so demanding that they merit rejection altogether. Do not be enslaved by another's tastes. Choose your associations with discernment. If a taste is known, you may leverage its fantasy. If it is hidden and used as a measure to diminish you, walk away. People quickly decide who they favor. Once factions form, assume the undecided are aligned against you. For those who support you, always examine their motives. Punish swiftly, reward gradually. Discipline loses force if delayed, but rewards gain power when extended over time. It is more profitable to reinforce your own view than to validate your opponent's. To elevate their perspective weakens yours. Displays of mental agility usually mean either deception or mastery. Learn which. Do not play cards you don't need. Holding all the cards does not make you invincible. Poor execution can still cost you the game. A card unplayed is safer than a card played poorly. Adapt your approach to the personality in front of you. Nothing seduces like fantasy. Its power to persuade and exploit should never be underestimated. Part 3. The Maxims. In persuasion, appeal first to emotion rather than reason. If emotion fails, turn to sophistry. Logical fallacies, though flawed in debate, often serve as powerful Machiavellian tools. Logic resists cunning, while cunning thrives on bending logic. Anticipate your opponent's moves. Strike first where possible and prepare contingencies where not. In short, win by foresight. Preempt when you can, and when you can't, be ready with contingencies. Intellectuals above all must adopt Machiavellian defenses, for without them their minds are easy prey to predatory egos. In short, intelligence without cunning is defenseless. An intellectual must be Machiavellian, or they'll be easy prey for predators who thrive on ego and manipulation. Delivery persuades more than substance. Timing, tone, and presentation can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. When courting defection, revenge is often more persuasive than money. Defectors motivated by revenge are far more dangerous and reliable than those bought with cash. Loyalty isn't secured by love, but by aligning incentives, removing reasons to betray, and adding costs if they do. Your closest enemies may admire you, imitate you, and take your counsel, only to weaponize it against you. Each personality is a puzzle. Favor is unlocked by displaying the traits it desires. Learn the personality, complement it, and you will influence it. Apologies are often ineffectual. They stir resentment and magnify the wrong. A leader should not regret, but instead ignore, deny, or reframe a negative into a positive. To regret is to show weakness and invite belittlement. Make yourself unappealing to those who do not appeal to you. It is safer to be unwanted by the undesirable than pursued by them. Allowing insolence from one emboldens it from all. Silence it, or remove the platform it feeds on, or risk a reputation for weakness and timidity. Good intentions can breed terrible outcomes. Beware the well-intended advisor. Meaning well does not prevent misinformation, and their errors can destroy you. Power harnesses zeal. The powerful cloak unvirtuous agendas in nobility by exploiting the zealous delusions of their pawns. If someone can imagine evil, they are capable of doing it. Conceal your aims while discovering those of others. Whoever has the most accurate information wins. Beware deliberate misinformation. Ruthlessness is not absolute. Most think it must be avoided as evil or embraced as strength. Both views are wrong. Provocation is bait designed to drain your power. Mastering the art of ignoring is essential. Mastering interpersonal psychology is micro-Machiavellianism. Mastering military strategy is macro. Business lies in between. Every question is either a request for value or a probe for weakness. Learn to distinguish curiosity from inquisition. Do not be a victim of your own success. Success is dangerous for the unprepared. It breeds arrogance, weakens reason, and dulls drive. Do not let victory erode the qualities that earned it. The histrionic personality thrives on manipulation through stories, blackmail, and chaos. Treat them like toxins that spread quickly. When you see confrontation, dismissiveness, and attention seeking together, you are dealing with a histrionic. Ignore their bait or deny them recognition altogether. In short, a histrionic reveals themselves through drama, dismissal, and craving for attention. Your options are submission to their volatility or total rejection through indifference. Absence earns respect only when it is genuine. If you ignore one person while engaging others, you breed contempt. True absence is vanishing, not selective silence. Deprivation is subtler than infliction. Inflict to make a statement. Deprive to wound with the stealth of plausible deniability. If you cannot play the game, you are dismissed. If you play it, you may be distrusted. Better to be distrusted than disrespected. The unfocused and the dim-witted are the easiest pawns for those who profit by stirring controversy. When dealing with a troublesome woman, remember the presumption of innocence shields her. Keep the focus on her conduct and use polite language to veil firm threats. Beauty, cuteness, and charm are no proof of virtue, though many idiots are deceived into thinking so. A general who ignores his lieutenant's concerns loses loyalty, morale, and cohesion. The paranoid reveal their distrust too openly, which earns only contempt. If you desire power, you must resist provocation. The weak will always try to bait you to drain your credibility. Do not reward insolence. It is more effective to dismiss silently than to dispute loudly. Shows of force are only required when setting an example. Never tolerate/reward passive aggression, for it is merely the seed of greater insolence. The fewer words you need, the more believable you sound. Over-explaining makes even honesty seem false. Explaining why you reject someone rarely softens the blow. They will resent the rejection regardless. Prevention of a smear campaign. Reasons for rejection become ammunition for revenge. Conceal your motives. Transparency arms your enemies. Do not indulge in gloating when you deny someone. True class is knowing when to stop. Always weigh cost against reward. If hassle outweighs gain, the venture is unprofitable. Be wary of those who claim neutrality, but practice neutrality yourself when possible. Polarize only when necessary. Just as a scientist tests hypotheses, a Machiavellian must test strategies. Use ambiguity to bait interest. Curiosity exposes intentions. Be civil to strangers, but guarded in friendship. Lower your drawbridge only for the worthy. A man who welcomes everyone into his castle soon has no castle at all. Projection is the most common way people reveal their hand. People's assumptions about others usually mirror their own self-image. The more emotional they are, the more they project. The stronger the desire to believe, the easier it is to sell. The weaker the desire, the easier it is to conceal. Ask questions with finesse. If you appear to interrogate, you spark suspicion. Do not haggle over small sums or minor favours. Pettiness diminishes stature. In concealment, misdirection is superior to omission. Paying debts quickly earns allies. Withholding payment creates enemies. In negotiation, insecurities are power. With the timid, demonstrate qualities that calm their fears. With the ruthless, exploit those fears to weaken their stance. Learn what a man wants, then what he needs. Discover what he fears losing and what he desires but cannot obtain. Wherever fear exists, leverage follows. Regardless of who stands before you, it always pays to know his fears. Victory belongs to those willing to go further. Whoever rejects effective strategy on moral grounds has already forfeited. Every powerful man needs a fall guy to carry out dirty work. Without one, hatred soon topples him. Part 4. The Maxims. Social causes disguise intent. For predators, they are a mask. For the sheep, a way of life. A woman's first concern is appearance. Her second is cunning. Both are tools serving the same end. In other words, her beauty draws you in. Her cunning keeps you entangled. Two different weapons for the same battle of influence. Respond in proportion to the perceived threat. Do not fire missiles when a single bullet suffices. A leader must use benevolence sparingly. Too much appears as weakness and breeds resentment. Support free speech publicly, but only while it does not damage your reputation. To allow unfettered attacks against your name is to invite ruin. Beware the Streisand effect. Censorship of persistent critics can magnify their message rather than silence it. People are bold when they pay, timid when they are paid. The exception is blackmail, where the dynamic reverses. In short, money usually empowers the payer and subdues the paid, unless the payment is coerced, in which case the paid holds all the leverage. People prefer to forget rather than be reminded. Remember this truth. Tu quoque equals you too fallacy is the sophist's favorite fallacy. It excuses their own faults while shifting blame to others. Strength and weakness in strategy come not from appearances, but from the actual viability of the plan. In short, in strategy, strength isn't how a plan looks. It's whether the plan can be executed effectively. In financial dealings, those being paid want payment in advance, while those paying want to delay until after delivery. When people change their minds after the fact, they often blame you, whether or not you caused their reversal. Coincidence is often just the name given to a chess move not yet understood. To see the ruthlessness of life, look no further than the vast gap in means between people. Survival of the fittest is the truest law. Everyone takes what they can. Nothing is owed. Let your opponent lose his temper. Keep yours, for self-control wins the battle. The kinder a man is, the more he suffers. The world disrespects unconditional kindness. Practice magnanimity instead, which is selective kindness combined with strength. The beauty of a question. It lies in your power to decide whether to answer or not. The best sales are made when the buyer believes no sale is being attempted. Once they think you are selling, they assume a position of power. Sudden moves are noticed and resisted. Gradual moves pass unnoticed. Stealth favors patience. A woman's cuteness is no different from a wolf wearing sheep's wool. It is a tactic to disarm. Beauty is not virtue, and cuteness is not innocence. Trust is desired by all, feared by most to give, and impossible for the most dangerous. Be alert when others seek to earn your trust, for many do so only to exploit it. The higher your power, the longer and more elaborate their play will be. Honesty is strength/powerful. Transparency is weakness/foolish. The difference lies in scale. Honesty is a snapshot of truth. Transparency is full disclosure. People like the former, but rarely the latter. If someone repeatedly hides behind plausible deniability, you are being played. Punish or cut ties, but do not keep excusing them. Allow others to project their preferred views onto you. Political or social, it often works in your favor. People love power and want to be near it without taking risk. Real loyalty is proven only when they put skin in the game. It separates the wheat from the chaff. Incompetence can cloak secrecy. If you build House A above ground while secretly constructing House B beneath it, the extra time and cost of House B can be concealed as the labour delays, construction mistakes, rework, and bureaucratic inefficiencies of House A. All action is strategic. Whether deliberate or not, effective or not, there is always an angle. It is not always insidious, but it is always there. In other words, it may be clumsy or poorly executed, but you can still see what they are trying to achieve. Polarization breeds division, and division often precedes control. Boldness paralyzes the enemy. Be bolder than him, and you seize the advantage the instant you confront him. Simulate collapse to see who abandons you. True loyalty is revealed in failure, not in success. Unless in direct combat, move more slowly than your enemy. That type of confidence unsettles him. In short, in conflict, slow movement, except in direct blows, is confidence embodied. And confidence unsettles your enemy more than speed ever could. When accused falsely, mirror your accuser. If they disbelieve you, they disbelieve both. The most cunning strategist, armed with the means to act, wins countless battles. Magnanimity is soft power in action. A simple gesture like leaving a tip shows strength and wins favor. Boldness usually rewards. If it fails, vanish. When you lack a good answer, ask a question. Use sparingly, or you will appear untrustworthy. When an enemy is too powerful, it is wiser to ally with him than to fight, regardless of personal feelings. Treat every unfinished offer as bait. Strategy guided only by emotion, not pragmatism, is doomed to fail. Do not trust a dark triad personality unless they depend on you. Even then, loyalty lasts only as long as your usefulness. Breaking silence too soon is sometimes a mistake. Let the other speak first, or remain silent. Know your enemies, but also your allies. Distinguish who is loyal and who is mercenary. If you want peace but the enemy wants war, you are already defeated. A diplomat is simply an international Machiavellian negotiator. The gap between what a man says and what he does shapes his reputation. After being attacked, wait. Let the enemy relax, then strike when his guard drops. The first unbaited move holds advantage. It seizes the battlefield through surprise, shocking and demoralizing the enemy before they can fortify themselves. The man who suspends empathy still retains virtue. The man born without empathy has none. Foreign aid is state-level Machiavellianism. Step 1. Buy influence. Step 2. Market it as altruism. Predators rarely target other predators, preferring easier prey. Make yourself costly to defeat, and few will attack. When honor is gone, strategy remains. Adaptation is survival. In other words, honor can be stripped away, but as long as you're alive, strategy remains. The essence of survival and rebirth lies in adaptability. People care about what you have, not how you achieved it. If they ask how, it is usually to copy or sabotage. If you fear the mud, you will still be dirtied by it. Better to step in willingly than to be dragged. Part 5. The final collection of maxims. Cull the fickle, insolent, and disloyal. Short-term pain yields long-term stability. Likability avoids conflict. To be liked is to sidestep confrontation. When facing pedants and nitpickers, use subjunctives like if, perhaps, or maybe. These give you room to maneuver and preserve deniability. Trust operates as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Distrust breeds distrust, while trust given makes trust received more likely. When disliked, others will hunt for flaws in you or your methods. Provide them something trivial to gnaw on, sparing what matters most. When confronted with a lion, most step backward, not forward. The egotist will underestimate you. The coward will overestimate you. Projection is common. People often push onto others the opinions they secretly hold about themselves. In other words, when people argue, they often use their own self-image as proof against a general rule, revealing projection rather than a valid counter-argument. Accurately describing a man in unflattering terms can wound him more deeply than any insult. Patience is its own weapon. Outlasting those who test you is often the superior strategy. If power is the ability to impose will, then money is power in its most tangible, commodified form. The more words you use, the less persuasive you become. Misdirection occurs when someone talks endlessly yet avoids a clear conclusion. Such speech conceals deception. War permeates existence. It is everywhere, all the time, raging in different forms and intensities, forever eternal. Competition and war. Competition can be indirect and without malice. War is deliberate violation, closer and immediate, taking form as conflict or sabotage. In other words, competition is striving side by side. War is striking blow for blow. One is indirect and possibly harmless, the other is direct and destructive. Frames are propaganda battles. Whoever accepts the other's frame loses. Only satire offers a partial exception. Effective strategy depends on wise energy allocation. Without energy, nothing is possible. Energy is the currency of strategy. Allocate it wisely, or you'll have nothing left when it matters most. Pragmatism rules, especially in times of suffering. Strong ethical codes often restrain the weak while serving as cosmetic displays for the elite. The middle class is constrained by faulty moral codes that render them neither threat nor factor in power struggles. The poorest and the richest tend to be the least moral. Poverty breeds desperation. Wealth breeds excess. Desperation and domination breed immorality, one through weakness, the other through excess. The immoral rich wield their lack of virtue on a greater scale. The immoral poor often justify themselves by pointing to the wealthy, imagining they would do the same in their place. For the rich, morality is affordable. For the poor, morality is convenient when there is no power to tempt them. Method and reputation are separate. Method measures effectiveness, reputation measures perception. Effectiveness and perception are two different currencies. Method wins battles, reputation wins hearts. The skilled strategist masters both. To sell someone, lie. To help them, tell the truth. Often best delivered with a spoonful of humour. The double edge of keeping your word. Binding yourself limits freedom, yet truthfulness and consistency build immeasurable credibility. Both are true, and they are not mutually exclusive. When misled, ask whether the misinformation was careless or deliberate. If deliberate, you may already be at war. Success paints a target on your back. Fame enlarges that target many times over. Many prominent figures accumulate skeletons on their way to the top, and enemies know it, which is why they dig. People judge you more harshly than they judge themselves. What they excuse in their own life, they condemn in yours. Everyone judges actions, but few care about motives. Even fewer understand them. Bread, circuses, and shallow education produce apathy, making populations easy to rule. Failure always needs a scapegoat. Thus, the fall man exists, to absorb blame meant for the indispensable. Readers often believe their literary interpretations are uniquely theirs, when in truth they follow seeds planted by the writer. Do not try to avoid war. Prepare for it. Answering nonsense elevates nonsense. As you rise, ignoring the trivial becomes a necessary skill. When in doubt, the truth is often the inverse of what appears on the surface. In other words, when things don't make sense, flip the statement. Truth often lives in the opposite of appearances. We see what we want, and in doing so, deceive ourselves. The clever exploit this by reflecting our desires back to us. The greatest deceiver is often the self. To expose subversives, appear reactive, then remain unmoved when provoked. Their morale breaks when they misjudge you. Arguments rest more on spin than on fact. Triumph goes not to the sharpest logician, but to the most persuasive rhetorician, the true artist of spin. Guard your reactions in hypotheticals. If others know how you would respond to a threat, and that response is profitable to them, you may invite the very danger you wish to avoid. The weak and resentful will seize any chance for revenge, no matter how small. Politics is war by psychological means. Media is its delivery system. Loud enemies advertise their hatred and paradoxically promote you. Subtle enemies operate in shadows, sometimes disguised as allies. These are the Trojan horses. Trojans are revealed more by what they omit than what they show. Apply probability to your surroundings to uncover them. In other words, Trojans are revealed by their absences, not their actions. Look for the quiet, the omissions, the gaps, and calculate who benefits most if betrayal occurs. Visibility only grants power when being seen is more profitable than remaining unseen. So doubt quietly. Appear friendly while secretly dividing others. Popularity is a contest. This tactic tips it in your favour. Whether in business or war, target leaders rather than followers. Win or break the leader, and you win or break his men. Everything is a move, a tactic. If you fail to see it, the fault is in your perception, not in its absence. Use the word feel with emotional people and think with analytical ones. Such tailoring greatly increases your credibility. Winners rarely play fair. They conceal their edge and maintain the illusion of fairness. The powerful often distance themselves from old allies as they ascend. Be unpredictable. Appear weak when strong, strong when weak, or shift between the two to become an enigma. Chapter 13. Machiavellian Thinking versus Conventional Logic. Mind Games, the Machiavellianism of Justification. The tongue is the sword of a woman, and she never lets it become rusty. Chinese proverb. Contents. 1. Why justification weakens power. 2. The Machiavellian divide between the sexes. 3. The pitfalls of pure logic. 4. The pragmatist who wields logic and cunning. 4a. Shifting between logic and Machiavellianism. 5. Closing insights. 1. Why justification weakens power. Justification is weakness. In power struggles, no one respects the man who explains himself. In a world where the lowest common denominator dominates, where feelings triumph over logic and spectacle eclipses humility, justification rings hollow. Its very transparency makes it feeble. Yet the intellectual man, bound to logic, instinctively explains himself when challenged. This instinct betrays him. He does not realize the questioner's intent is malicious. By scrambling to explain, he hands his attacker ammunition. Every word becomes a weapon to be turned back on him. The more he protests, the deeper he digs his own grave. As Shakespeare wrote in Hamlet, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." So too does the over-justifier appear dishonest, even when he is not. Effortless confidence persuades. Over-explaining reeks of insecurity and guilt. With both the playful Machiavellian and the pleb, a sentiment is shared. The more one protests, the more guilt is assumed. If one were not guilty, there would be no need to justify their position, for truth should be self-evident. Yet this obviousness is subjective. To both the simpleton and the Machiavellian, truth reveals itself through action, not defense. The very act of protest robs it of naturalness. And to the devout Machiavellian, what lacks naturalness loses both charisma and credibility. Honesty without mystery kills curiosity. The Machiavellian respects cunning, not overexposure. When you are too easily understood, you are no longer attractive. People value what they must work to uncover. The man of reason, however, often fails here, blind to the games others play. 2. The Machiavellian divide between the sexes. Men are built for debate and deduction, not for subtlety and psychological maneuvering. This is why many men struggle in the social arena. Popularity is not won with reason. Women know this innately. They manage perception with instinctive cunning, always aware of how others view them. Rational yet socially deficient men often make the mistake of trying to elevate their standing through logic, knowledge, and displays of intelligence. Intellectual narcissism, one might say. Yet this only repels the masses further. In the social arena, it is rhetoric, humor, and the ability to generate good feeling that carry weight. and above all, matters of the flesh dominate, where women, in particular, command no shortage of advantage through sex appeal. Idiots dismiss reason because they cannot grasp it. Machiavellians dismiss reason because it bores them. They prefer challenge, mystery, and the thrill of manipulation. Pure logic, to them, is tedious. Some rare individuals, however, can move between both modes, logical and Machiavellian. For men, Machiavellianism is usually something acquired, not innate. Few are naturally gifted in this craft, and fewer still master its subtleties without deliberate effort. Some grow up in harsh conditions that force these traits upon them early. But in general, Machiavellianism is instinctive for women and an art form for men. Unless a man treats it as a discipline to study and practice, he will never rival the average woman's natural cunning. Female cunning is less a conscious strategy and more a byproduct of evolution, operating subconsciously rather than through deliberate calculation. Most women possess it effortlessly. Most men do not. Manipulation is not a default mindset for men the way it often is for women. Men are equipped with physical strength to impose their will, women with subtlety and strategy. If a man wishes to be cunning, he must deliberately train himself to think in Machiavellian terms. Without this learned adaptation, he will remain naive, while the woman deploys manipulation instinctively. A man must integrate Machiavellianism. It is learned through study, but mastered only through social practice. Across human history, women, being physically weaker, developed covert methods of influence for survival. Unable to directly overpower predators or rivals, they relied on men for provision and safety. To secure that protection, they had to become adept at bending male logic and strength to their advantage. Female economic independence is a modern development. Throughout most of history, dependence on men was the default, and cunning was the survival mechanism. Manipulation, whether sexual or otherwise, has long been the feminine domain. Some men stumble into Machiavellian tactics out of bitterness, anger, or ambition, but only a few refine it as a craft surpassing women's instinct. Most men remain blind in this arena, while women embody it so naturally it is almost inseparable from their being. Finding a woman entirely devoid of manipulative instinct is rare, with certain exceptions, such as women on the autistic spectrum. The average man is limited by morality, the intelligent man by rationalism, but the woman by neither. For her, Machiavellianism is simply the baseline of interaction, conscious and unconscious alike. She does not need ideas to be logically consistent or morally sound in order to believe or act on them. Often, women champion noble arguments publicly while behaving in ways that contradict those very ideals. This ability to separate belief from action is strengthened by dissociation. Women can convince themselves of falsehoods through effortless self-rationalization. This lends them the capacity to lie with conviction, appearing sincere even when their words mask deception. What in men would be diagnosed as psychopathy, in women is often simply their nature. In the broader manosphere, this tendency is jokingly called the rationalization hamster. Most men cannot so thoroughly deceive themselves into believing their own false narratives. Devoid of this instinctive self-delusion, men must face their doubts directly, wrestling with morality and reason before they can embrace a truly Machiavellian mindset. 3. The pitfalls of pure logic. The rational/logical man not only diminishes his influence by trying to justify himself, but he also alienates others when he insists on correcting their errors. Like someone obsessed with accuracy at all costs, his priority is truth over tact. In persuasion, this fixation often backfires. It is usually harder for the intellectual to be liked than for the fool. Logic, while valuable, carries little charm. It exhausts the average person and intimidates those who cannot keep up. Most people are uncomfortable with what they cannot understand, and intelligence beyond their reach is no exception. Fear runs deep in both the ignorant and the egotistical. The first fear the unknown, while the second cannot tolerate anything that threatens their sense of superiority. If you have ever been dismissed or mocked for speaking intelligently, you experienced this dynamic firsthand. You assumed your company welcomed reason, but instead you stepped into hostile territory. Unlike the logician, the simpleton is never weighed down by excessive thought. The intellectual often lives within abstract ideas, making social interaction awkward unless he consciously shifts modes. His deeper thought patterns rarely translate into the simplicity required for ordinary exchanges. For this reason, the rational man must learn to switch on his social charm, suppressing the mechanical side of reason and activating his more performative instincts. Simpletons do not face this challenge, for they are always in social mode. Women, too, excel in social thinking, since navigating relationships has historically been central to their survival. Where men could survive alone through hunting, women depended on acceptance within the group. Historically, female dependence shaped their psychology. One could not survive as both dependent and withdrawn, so women adapted toward extroversion. Their talkativeness and preference for communal rather than solitary activity reflects this. By contrast, introverts, more often men, tend to be intellectual, valuing thought over chatter. Introverts innovate and contemplate, while extroverts immerse themselves in people and activity. The former is more masculine, the latter more feminine. The skilled Machiavellian, however, learns to alternate between reason and social intuition. This flexible blending of modes is what might be called practical ambiversion. The strengths of logic often conflict with the strengths of Machiavellian cunning. A man dominated by rational thought may find himself ineffective in social matters. Social influence requires strategy and subtlety, not just fact. While not all Machiavellians are master strategists, all who excel socially rely on Machiavellian instincts. Pure logic leaves one predictable and unable to anticipate less rational actors. Machiavellian reasoning feels unnatural to men trained in strict rationality. This, I believe, explains why many men struggle to comprehend women. Unlike direct logic, Machiavellian logic operates on influence, appearance, and manipulation, a system of dominance and persuasion rather than objective truth. The rational man is easy to read because he refuses chaos. He is transparent in his logic and therefore predictable. The Machiavellian, by contrast, bends and twists logic when convenient, concealing intention behind finesse. He commands the tools of sophistry that the logician rarely utilizes. 4. The pragmatist who wields logic and cunning. Machiavellianism is rooted in pragmatism and self-advancement, not in truth or moral frameworks. Its concern is efficiency, the ability to acquire power and secure well-being. Almost every true Machiavellian is a pragmatist. It is the rational idealists who cling to truth for truth's sake. Often, logic and fact obstruct Machiavellian aims. They expose contradictions, tear apart illusions, and reveal duplicity. For this reason, the Machiavellian treats men of strict logic with caution, knowing they are the least easy to mislead. Some, however, master both worlds. These are what I call rational Machiavellians, men of high reasoning ability who also grasp the tools of cunning. They can alternate between logic and guile as needed, a rare skill that makes them dangerous. Journalist Milo Yiannopoulos is one figure who demonstrates this dual mode of thought. It is a binary cognitive system every man seeking to build or preserve power should strive to develop. The rational Machiavellian plans his moves with logic, but deploys them with cunning. By anticipating your responses that are predictable if you are strictly rational, he can lead you into traps. Because reason tends toward fixed and deductive outcomes, the purely rational man is easy to forecast. Unlike the logician chained to reason, the rational Machiavellian uses logic only when useful. He recognizes that cunning wins more often in social and political arenas. Logic may be strong, but when it becomes a master rather than a tool, it shackles its wielder. In contrast, the rational Machiavellian can apply logic tactically while refusing to be confined by it. He can sway both the thinker, who seeks coherence, and the fool, who only craves belonging. In this way, he bridges two worlds, reason and manipulation, and gains influence over both. The purely intellectual man, despite his superior mind, often lacks social traction. He is outplayed by charmers, flatterers, and hustlers who write the rules of the social game. Knowledge alone is not enough. Social cunning is required. The rational man believes justification is strength. To him, a chain of reasoning is proof of authority. He views the ability to explain choices with logical consistency as virtue. The absence of justification in his mind equals weakness. But this belief can be fatal. A rationalist who assumes superiority because of logical precision confuses intellectual victory with social triumph. Women, often less bound to logic, demonstrate this point, frequently outmaneuvering men in arguments despite weaker reasoning. Social battles reward effectiveness, not correctness. In practice, you can be factually wrong, unfair, or flimsy in reasoning, yet still prevail if you deliver your words with charisma, passion, and tactical guile. Presentation trumps correctness. Society does not crown the most logical man, but the most impressive. Persuasive rhetoric and Machiavellian ploys defeat sterile recitations of logic and statistics. As one ex-lover of mine once spat in anger, "Logic is a nuisance." She voiced what many secretly feel. Thus, in victory, people apply logic only when it reinforces their case. When facts oppose their goals, they abandon reason and lean on rhetoric. Emotion sways the majority more easily than fact, and the cunning man understands this. He knows when to use reason and when to bury it beneath a storm of persuasion. 4a. Shifting between logic and Machiavellianism. People will test you, often harshly, to see whether you hold your frame before they even bother engaging with your reasoning. If you fail to project strength, the socially dominant won't waste time debating your logic. They will bypass it entirely and attack your character instead. Most people argue either through logic or through sly social tactics. The most effective debaters, figures like Milo Yiannopoulos, adjust to their opponent. If faced with hostility or rudeness, they use ridicule. If faced with a genuine attempt at reason, they counter with structured argument. Those who rely only on dominance games lose credibility among thoughtful people. On the flip side, those who cling solely to rigid logic often get humiliated, coming across as socially blind. True effectiveness requires both social cunning and the ability to argue coherently. Taunts, smears, and theatrics usually come before serious debate. Real debate is the clear exchange of claims and counterclaims. Nigel Farage, for instance, strikes a balance. Less flamboyant than Yiannopoulos, yet capable of mixing social wit with logical clarity. Persuasive strength comes from switching between these two modes, duplicitous play and logical rigor. This dual approach satisfies both crowds, those who enjoy spectacle and those who value reason. To defend your reputation, you must be both sharp in logic and adept at handling mockery. Someone who lacks both is an easy target. Someone skilled at only one is average. Only those competent in both become nearly untouchable. Most institutions don't teach this. Schools train students in logic, fallacies, and formal models, but rarely in the darker arts of rhetoric and social manipulation. That is why those who master both, often instinctively, appear almost superhuman to everyone else. Debating circles discourage tricks like straw manning, ad hominem, or tu quoque because they're fallacious. Yet in practice, these tactics rattle opponents and sway audiences. Logicians miss their value because they focus only on technical correctness, ignoring strategic utility. Fallacious or not, these methods work. People are more entertained by drama and wit than by long strings of statistics. To land facts effectively, one must often lead with theatre, capturing attention before delivering reason. 5. Closing insights. Even in roles where justification is formally required, it is still seen as weak. This is why those at the bottom of hierarchies often seem insecure and overlooked. Their jobs demand constant explanation, which makes them appear low status. Justification is interpreted as defensiveness, as if you are admitting fault. Even when you are only doing your job or trying to exchange information honestly, others may see it as overcompensation or desperation. The key lies in social calibration, adjusting your level of openness and cunning depending on who you're dealing with. With irrational or manipulative people, lean into duplicity. With logical and fair-minded company, you can afford more honesty. Adapt your style to your audience, and you'll maintain control instead of being played. Chapter 14. The Craft of Negotiation. Contents. 1. Introduction. What counts as a negotiation? 2. Perception in negotiation. Ally or adversary. 3. Ego dynamics in negotiation. 4. The tactical discount. Retention, fairness, and framing. 5. Opening offers and power dynamics. 6. Field maxims. 7. Closing notes. 1. Introduction. What counts as a negotiation? Negotiation is a Machiavellian exercise, yet even people with little strategic polish are forced to do it because life is finite and interests collide. You can try to dodge negotiations and scrape by, but that is all you will do. Weak negotiating is a hallmark of the powerless, not the potent. What is a negotiation in essence? It is a quid pro quo discussion in which two or more parties argue terms until everyone is satisfied enough to proceed. Anyone with basic legal studies will recognize this as the heart of a contract. The aim of any contract is to reach an agreement. An agreement is a mutually beneficial arrangement carried out within a shared framework of terms. Most deals at the personal level occur between two individuals, while institutional deals usually involve more participants. A deal worthy of the name leaves each side believing it is getting what it wants on terms that feel fair rather than harmful. Contrast this with a lopsided deal, better described as coercion, a pact enforced by financial pressure, leverage, or aggressive legal muscle. Machiavellian negotiation seeks the optimal outcome, the most resources and best conditions for the least capital, risk, and responsibility. 2. Perception in negotiation. Ally or adversary. Negotiation is a clash of wants shaped by each side's sense of fairness. Both parties attempt to steer the other's perception so an agreement feels equitable enough to sign. Although negotiation is driven by the pursuit of specific objectives, perception is equally decisive. It shapes not only the quality of the deal, but whether a deal is struck at all. Consider two men, Harry and Bill. Harry grows a rare grape that no one else can source on the continent. Bill, his client, has no unique product but has deep pockets. Money is not as scarce as Harry's grapes, assuming wineries and drinkers prize them. This is a seller's market, which means Harry can set strong prices provided they beat the cost and hassle of importing. When Harry sits down to negotiate, he knows Bill needs his grapes more than he needs Bill's cash. Bill is not his only buyer, and customers prefer local fruit to fragile shipments. Harry also knows that walking away will not hurt him if the offer is poor. In a seller's market, there are many eager buyers, but few sellers who can deliver the desired quality. In a buyer's market, the equation flips. Harry's grapes would fetch little if competitors are plentiful or if demand is weak. In such a case, selling cheap or not at all becomes the reality. In our scenario, it is a seller's market. Harry can tighten pricing and still keep demand healthy. He once sold vines at 90 pence each. After rivals folded, he raised to 80 pence, sold slightly fewer, and earned more because the margin improved. Put simply, Harry moves less volume, but makes more profit because the higher unit price more than offsets the drop in sales. If the price hike cut volume so much that profit fell, he would lower prices to find a profitable volume. He would test price points to find the sweet spot, stopping just before the next increase tips into overpricing and sales plunge. After finding that sweet spot, Harry earns enough extra to keep his grape bubble afloat, while rewarding favourites with the old 90p rate. From a position of strength, he bakes preference into pricing. Friends and long-time clients get 90p, strangers pay 80p, and those he dislikes get nothing. In a seller's market, the buyer has the privilege of buying. The seller is not privileged to sell because demand for the seller's goods outstrips supply. In short, the seller is the scarce asset in a seller's market. The buyer is the scarce asset in a buyer's market. Bill, a winemaker, badly needs Harry's local organic grapes for an expensive label. He is charming and strategic, so he wines and dines Harry, pays the tab, and builds rapport while showcasing his world. The hospitality wins favour. Their friendship yields a mate's rate of 90p per vine, boosting Bill's margins. He is pleased that dinners and humour paid off. Then disaster strikes. Harry brings his daughter to dinner. Bill, a jacked 45-year-old womanizer, later matches with her on Tinder. She rebels in textbook fashion and starts seeing her father's wealthy associate. She falls for Bill. He refuses commitment, she tells her father. Harry, enraged, cuts Bill off. Bill offers £10 per vine, well above market, but Harry refuses. At that point, he values hurting Bill more than profiting from him. Perception has turned so toxic that punishment beats profit. Morale. Mutual desire is not enough if contempt is present. Without respect, the desperate party accepts brutal terms or no deal happens at all. In the presence of hatred or revenge, logical outcomes are rejected in favor of satisfaction. Secondary lesson: do not complicate business with sex. Family-adjacent flings can cost you revenue. Income beats impulse. 3. Ego dynamics in negotiation. Entitlement heavily shapes outcomes. A person with strong self-value will often secure at least what they are worth, sometimes more. Someone with low self-worth tends to take less than they deserve. High self-esteem exploits low self-esteem. The confident party's certainty is so persuasive that the insecure party pays more, works harder, or accepts predatory terms. This creates a loop. The narcissist takes it as proof he is worth more, and the insecure person takes it as proof he is worth less. As the proverb goes, whether you believe you can or cannot, you are right. If you do not value yourself or believe you deserve fair pay, you will negotiate poorly and be underpaid. You quietly elevate the other side's worth and give ground you should not. On the flip side, the grandiose narcissist chronically undervalues others and exploits any acceptance of that devaluation. Such people habitually give less than is due and haggle well because they default to discounting everyone else. Many successful businessmen are simply high self-esteem hunters who seek out people with money and low self-esteem. Insecurity is a lucrative commodity to exploit. Picture a ripped trainer on gear in San Francisco selling packages to obese coders and video game addicts. He pushes contracts for the commission, knowing many will not show up. If their money funds his lifestyle and gym, he feels no guilt. He will also target other insecure segments, like older lazy clients who want the feeling of progress without the work. When two low self-worth people negotiate, deals are brief, and each gets about what they are worth. When two high self-worth people negotiate, both still get about what they are worth. But the process is more aggressive, with more tests, dismissals, negging, and pressure flips. Whoever fails a test loses standing, and the winner uses that slip to demand better terms. If neither fails, mutual respect forms, and each concedes the other is worth full value instead of the discount they try to impose by habit. Know the other side's options. Do they have alternatives, or are they dependent on you? If they have none, you can push for the maximum they can afford. If they do, You can frame those alternatives as inferior and appeal to their pride. If they want a lesser service, they can save money with your competitor. Referring a prospect to competitors signals strength, a seller's market posture, and lack of neediness. It resets the entitled customer's mindset, making them more willing to accept your price on your terms. This reverse psychology also pricks the pride of anyone who believes their problem is serious. They are nudged to pay more for a solution that matches the weight of their need. Big problems justify elite solutions. 4. The tactical discount: retention, fairness, and framing. If they have paid but cannot afford to continue, consider a controlled discount to retain them, perhaps 10%, rarely more than 20%. Steep cuts degrade the aura of an elite service. People instinctively doubt premium brands that discount heavily. They start to suspect the offer is fake or of lower quality. The right discount can keep a client inside budget while making them feel privileged. Your generosity flatters their ego and deepens loyalty. If you set your own rates, do not mythologize them. Your number is the intersection of what you will accept and what the market will pay. In a seller's market, or if you can make it feel like one, you aim to capture as much as that mechanism allows. If a customer is about to walk, whether real or bluffing, the goal is to keep them at the highest number they can comfortably pay. The discount gambit feeds pride and keeps revenue flowing at a slightly reduced rate. In a buyer's market, this makes sense because acquiring new buyers is costly and losing one hurts more than trimming margin. Chronic discounters are administrative drag. Offer discounts only when it fits a buyer's market. In a seller's market, replace them and move on. 5. Opening offers and power dynamics. If they open with a price you already like, do not push for more. With highly narcissistic counterparts, this can backfire. They may label you unreasonable, slash the offer, or walk. That is less likely with the insecure, but it is a real risk with the powerful. If the opening number is weak or you are confident you can do better, negotiate. If it is a strong offer, greed can turn a win into a loss, so accept and bank it. Serious buyers make serious opening offers. The customers to avoid are the nickel and dimers who waste your time with endless back and forth. Exception: when dealing with the very powerful, offer to do something free and ask explicitly for a future favor. If they refuse a favor, do it cheaply and bank goodwill. Favors from power are worth more than cash. Money is common. Leverage is not. Many will push you to make the first offer, using it as a probe to measure how much you value yourself and how far they can push you down. To secure the highest return, always signal strong self-worth. Begin with a high price, and you will draw out the maximum they are willing to pay. Most people will offer only 50 to 75% of what you ask, as it makes them feel they secured a bargain. Anticipate this by inflating your opening offer. If you value yourself at $50, ask for $150. Should they counter with $75, you have gained 50% more than your value. If they settle at $100, you have doubled it. The other party never knows your true valuation. That is what they are probing when they push you to go first. By overvaluing yourself, you conceal this information. Faced with an exorbitant figure, they are forced to offer the highest sum they can afford. A generous amount that, though lower than your quote, is far higher than if you had valued yourself modestly. 6. Field maxims. If an unexpectedly strong offer appears, do not show excitement. Keep a cool, entitled tone and test for a little more. If feigned offense gains nothing, drop it and agree with poise. Yes, I find this agreeable beats, "That's so awesome." If you suspect you're taking more than you deserve, never reveal it. Keep your face calm and your manner cordial. Remember, if you think you cannot, you will not. Carry yourself as if you belong. 7. Closing notes. As you likely noticed, buyer and seller logic maps neatly onto dating and other human arenas. Negotiation is psychological. Prices, timing, repeat business, and whether a deal happens at all are shaped by perception. There are no hard rules. Everything can be framed. Determine whether you are in a buyer's or seller's market, gauge the other party's narcissism, and negotiate accordingly. Quick bullet points for clarity. Negotiation is psychological. Rates. Time allotted. Whether a deal is made, whether it is repeat or one-off. All of these hinge on perception rather than fixed rules. Buyer-seller marketing principles applied directly to dating. Determine if you are in a buyer's or seller's market. Gauge the other party's narcissism and adjust your strategy accordingly. Chapter 15. The Game of Power. It is double pleasure to deceive the deceiver. Niccolo Machiavelli. Contents. 1. Introduction. 2. Bluffing. 3. Judgment, self-perception, and self-discipline. 4. Silence, underminers, and reputation platforms. 5. Legacy, family, and the economics of parental investment. 6. Concluding statement. 1. Introduction. Power is not confined to kings, dictators, or executives perched high above society. Those figures are simply the concentrated symbols of something that exists everywhere. Power saturates the social fabric, dictating hierarchies in every interaction. From the boardroom to the dinner table, everyone has a place in the pecking order. Sometimes that hierarchy is subtle, other times blindingly obvious. Power and popularity often feed each other. Some would argue popularity itself is a form of soft power, one that can either lead into or be reinforced by hard power. This dynamic inevitably brings us to the familiar chicken and egg puzzle. Which comes first? Regardless of the answer, both are inseparable forces. You can escape neither power nor popularity. Power is the social equivalent of water, unavoidable and necessary. With none, you have nothing. Having only a little is enough for survival, but not for living fully. With moderate amounts, you live comfortably. With excess, it corrupts, breeding narcissism, and, at its worst, sadism. So what should you care for? This is an introspective question in a culture obsessed with seeming not to care or with caring too much. In truth, everyone cares for the opinion of at least one other, and this is natural. Yet in the pursuit of social dominance, one must learn to outbluff the bluffer. He who shows the most composure and indifference often prevails in negotiation or argument. In the theatre of masks, the one whose mask cracks first loses. This is what the manosphere calls holding frame. From a Machiavellian perspective, he who maintains composure forces others to react to him. Indifference where anger is expected shocks the opponent and can overturn a power struggle. By letting it go over your head, you retain emotional independence, and with independence comes respect and dominance. He who sets the frame dictates the rules of engagement. He who reacts concedes inferiority. 2. Bluffing. A bluff is the holding of a deceitful frame to secure what you want. If you maintain it with congruence and without cracks in the mask, it pays dividends, enabling achievements your true self could not yet realize. At least until those themes are integrated into your natural personality, a process that takes time. This is the essence of fake it till you make it. Bluffs vary in depth and severity, shaped by who you face and what you seek. Some are minor, securing small favors, but when used consistently and incrementally, they can lead to significant shifts of power, instilling a sense of obligation in the mind of the bluffee. Once ritualized, the bluff becomes habit, and habit builds influence. Some bluffs are ostentatious, noticeable, and therefore more likely to provoke conflict. Such bluffs are tested more rigorously by those you seek to persuade or intimidate. Cumulative bluffing, however, works like systematic desensitization. It conditions others through repeated exposure, becoming a form of social conditioning. The strength of a bluff lies in its bold misdirection, implication, and plausibility. An implausible bluff collapses, offering no credible pretense of power. Thus, in the game of bluffs, half lies in deterrence and half in the ability to execute what the deterrent implies. Fear is the key instrument here, and no threat or promise must be empty. Fear can be instilled through many means: physical, with the capacity for violence; emotional, with the ability to overwhelm another's reasoning or stability; or economic, with the power to deprive another of essential resources. A clear example of a bluff, even if unintended, is height. A man standing 6'2" is rarely challenged to fight, and when he is, challengers often back down if his size is reinforced with a congruent, menacing presence. Could he necessarily defeat a 5'5" man trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? No. Yet who is more likely to face challenges in the first place? The smaller man. Most people are too fearful to escalate with the larger one, as his stature alone bluffs greater strength than may exist. Biologically, it triggers the instinctive response. This man can overpower me. The challenger must wrestle with fear before making any rational decision. A shorter man cannot evoke this primal hesitation simply by standing there. He must demonstrate the ability to earn the same effect. Dominance by stature, what the military calls command presence, is a form of passive power denied to smaller men. They must instead project power through other means, such as wealth, wit, influence, or proxy strength. Here are some key points about bluffing and deterrence. Bluff versus deterrent. Bluff, usually aggressive, an attempt to project strength you may not truly have in order to push someone back. Deterrent, usually defensive, signaling that attacking or pushing you would carry too high a cost. But they can overlap. A bluff can sometimes be defensive, pretending you don't care to protect yourself. A deterrent can sometimes be aggressive, threatening punishment preemptively. Deterrence tools. One method is selective validation, operant conditioning. Reward behaviors you want in others. Ignore or withhold validation from behaviors you don't. This subtly trains others to treat you in ways that serve your interests. Two halves of the power game. Passive/illusory half. How you appear and carry yourself. Calm confidence, self-presentation, subtle cues in body language and social behavior. This builds the illusion of strength. Active/substantive half. Tangible resources that back up the illusion. Wealth, skills, talents, influence, social capital, aptitude. These give real weight to your presence, the power to act, not just seem. Knowledge versus applied power. Knowledge in itself is inert. It's potential, not force. Power works the same way. If you cannot apply it effectively, it's dead weight. What matters is the ability to wield both knowledge and power so they produce real effects. Strategic lesson. Bluff and deterrence are tools. Understand their nature, use them wisely. Build both illusion, appearance, and substance, resources, so your presence commands respect. Don't hoard knowledge or potential power. Train yourself to apply them, or they remain useless. In short, power is half illusion, half substance. Bluffs and deterrence shape perception, but without real resources and the skill to wield them, both knowledge and power are wasted. 3. Judgment, self-perception, and self-discipline. If you're unsure what to prioritize, the foundation of your focus should be growth in personal power. That means aligning yourself with people and opportunities that can strengthen your position rather than drain it. Investing heavily in those who bring you nothing of value, whether practical, intellectual, or emotional, reveals insecurity and poor judgment. To consistently give your time and energy to the powerless is to risk being dragged down with them. It signals to both yourself and others that you lack influence. While occasional acts of generosity can project strength, Living among or identifying with the needy too closely risks making you one of them. People judge not only by the company you keep, but by how much the judgments of others affect you. The opinions of the powerless should bounce off you as irrelevant. This doesn't require cruelty, but it does require distance. Unless you are strong enough to use charity as a display of benevolence to reinforce your reputation, attachment to the weak diminishes you. Do not invest in the powerless. Giving weight to the opinions of those without power or potential yields no return. The exception lies in recognizing hidden potential. Like a stock undervalued by the market, a person with the possibility of growth may be worth your attention. Not disappointing yourself in an endeavor is an act of self-validation. Self-esteem validates itself when you meet your own objectives and impress yourself by doing so. At the core of low self-esteem lies a lack of self-discipline. Repeated personal failure creates a negative feedback loop, the inverse of narcissism, what might be called anti-narcissism, breeding insecurity and poor self-worth. This loop convinces the psyche that it is intrinsically useless by the mere absence of achievement. Failure compounds, each recurrence reinforcing the belief of inadequacy. Without discipline, a person becomes what they fear, lowly and powerless. This cycle produces learned helplessness, crystallizing into a belief of unworthiness that strips away personal power. With no faith in themselves, such individuals cling to others parasitically, telling themselves they just can't do it alone. Quick bullet points for clarity. Fulfilling your own objectives builds self-validation and self-esteem. Low self-discipline is the root of low self-esteem. Repeated failure creates a negative feedback loop of insecurity and poor self-worth. Anti-narcissism. This loop reinforces the belief of being useless, leading to momentary helplessness that compounds over time. Lack of self-control breeds learned helplessness, eroding personal power. Without belief in themselves, individuals may cling to others parasitically for support. To escape this trap, start small. Choose an action, follow through, and repeat until it becomes a habit. As repetition hardens into skill, you naturally refine technique. Competence creates confidence, and confidence creates power. Successes, even minor ones, feed self-respect and generate momentum. Without discipline, you remain stagnant. With discipline, you accumulate strength. Confidence and power are intertwined. You can feign confidence without power. This is bluffing. But true power cannot exist without confidence. Confidence projects authority even when people cannot see the foundation beneath it. To others, it is assumed to be the natural byproduct of strength. In this sense, confidence itself is power, a force that shapes perception, commands respect, and opens doors long before your results speak for themselves. Actionable steps. Decide what you are going to do. Start by just doing stuff to build momentum. Repeat with intent until it develops into a healthy habit. As the habit becomes natural, refine your technique and skill. Doing something well gives you power, confidence, certainty, and pride. Respect for yourself grows as you prove your usefulness through action. Confidence fuels power. Without confidence, there is no true power. Confidence itself can be perceived as power, even when it begins as appearance. 4. Silence, underminers, and reputation platforms. Sometimes the most powerful move is silence. Acting simply to relieve discomfort is a mistake. By refusing to validate irrelevant attacks, you deny your detractors a platform. Every response you give to saboteurs lends them credibility. Silence deprives them of oxygen. It is not necessary to destroy a detractor, but you must refuse to validate their attempts to rise at your expense. To acknowledge them is to lend credibility to their ideas, however banal or asinine, by giving their criticism a platform. This is the subtle utility of censorship. Not silencing by force, but by refusal to engage, leaving them no avenue to attach themselves to your reputation and gain power through it. The appearance of such detractors can signal that you are doing well, that your success has been noticed and deemed threatening. When others feel threatened, it is often a sign you are gaining power, though it may also mean you have violated a law of power, such as outshining the master. Always remain situationally self-aware. When those who oppose you invest their energy into hatefully disagreeing with you, it is, in its ironic perversity, the closest thing to a compliment they can give. By forcing them to act on emotion, you draw power from their reactions. Negative energy is still energy, and all energy fuels the reach of an idea. It creates platforms, builds visibility, and through the flamboyancy of detractive hatred, your cause gains recognition. To the dismay of the jealous critic and obsessive saboteur, their attacks bring you more supporters, more attention, and greater notoriety. Acknowledgement is the fuel of social status. Even gods, unproven and fictional though they may be, drew power through acknowledgement within civilization. Never underestimate recognition and validation, for together they form reputation, the cornerstone of power. Reputation outweighs reality itself in the exercise and protection of power. Like confidence, it is soft power made manifest, and often more decisive than hard power. You gain power in two ways: by doing things effectively in themselves, or by undermining the power of others. These are two distinct paths. The first is creative, building yourself up so high that you tower over opposition. The second is destructive, toppling reputations until others fall beneath you. You either outbuild the competition through accomplishment, or you sabotage theirs while guarding your own. If you are neither powerful nor worthy of investment, no one will waste breath on you. They will not even criticize. They will ignore your existence. Hate is a reactionary emotion, born of fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of losing power, fear of wasted effort, or fear of poor investment. To be hated is to be recognized as relevant, for irrelevance inspires no reaction at all. Key points. Sometimes the best move is silence. Do nothing without intent. Ignore irrelevant detractors. Validating them lends credibility to their sabotage. Indirect censorship, refusing to engage, denies enemies a platform to exploit your reputation. Opposition often signals that you are gaining power or threatening others. Hate and criticism, even if negative, generate energy and recognition that fuel your platform. Acknowledgement and reputation are forms of soft power, often more important than reality itself. Power can be gained through two methods: creative, build yourself higher through achievement; destructive, reduce others by damaging their reputation. Indifference is the true mark of powerlessness. Hate only arises from fear and threat perception. 5. Legacy, family, and the economics of parental investment. Parents often fear their children failing not only for the child's sake, but because of what it implies about their own lives. A wasted legacy, no return on years of sacrifice, no pride to carry forward. In truth, parental concern often hides a deeper fear: that their own story will end without continuation, that their values and identity will die with them. This dynamic frames family as an economy of investment and return. Time, resources, and emotional labor are poured into children with the expectation, spoken or unspoken, that they will validate the parent's existence by succeeding. Failure feels like betrayal of that investment. Thus, family dynamics are deeply tied to power. Children become extensions of parental identity, and the success or failure of one generation echoes into the pride or shame of the next. Legacy is not simply bloodline. It is the perpetuation of influence and values beyond one's lifetime. To squander it is to strip the parent of symbolic immortality. 6. Concluding statement. Power is the foundation of all human interaction. Pretending otherwise only leaves you vulnerable. Every exchange, whether personal, social, or political, carries its own balance of dominance and submission. Compassion, romance, and ideals may colour the landscape, but beneath it all lies the same game: win or lose, swim or sink. Opting out of the game does not preserve your innocence. It ensures defeat by default. To live is to play, and to play is to wrestle with power. Part 3. The Feminine Shadow and Closing Reflections. Women, Morality, and Closing Reflections. Chapter 16. Devil's Daughter, the Female Psychopath Unveiled. She'll crown you as her king, then laugh as she burns down your throne. Contents. 1. Introduction. 2. What makes a psychopathic woman? 3. Her interpersonal playbook. 4. Sex as weapon and leverage. 5. In closing. 6. Suggested reading. 1. Introduction. Dark Triad. Women are those who embody what autism researcher Simon Baron-Cohen of Cambridge University termed a zero-negative empathy disorder. This means not only a lack of effective empathy, the inability to feel another's emotions as they feel them, such as sadness, but also a total absence of moral concern for others' well-being. Both qualities must be present together. Otherwise, we are speaking of a different category of empathy disorder. These disorders primarily include psychopathy and narcissism, with borderline personality disorder also sharing some overlap. What they exclude are those on the autistic spectrum who may struggle with empathy, but are typically neither manipulative nor morally bankrupt. This article focuses specifically on women of the type P variety, the female psychopath. Clinicians would classify this as antisocial personality disorder, ASPD. For the layman, the distinction matters less than the behavioral reality: a woman devoid of empathy and guided only by ruthless self-interest. While some argue over diagnostic nuances, psychopathy, narcissism, borderline, or bipolar, to the average man entangled with such women, the differences are almost invisible. Most men can't tell a psychopathic woman from a borderline, and in practice, the overlap is so striking that the distinction is largely academic. For clarity, I treat these disorders as different shades of the same spectrum. Variations on psychopathy. Whether one calls her ASPD, narcissistic, or borderline, the behaviors are cut from the same cloth: callousness, manipulation, and an absence of moral restraint. It is this woman, what I call the devil's daughter, who embodies the most dangerous and beguiling form of the dark triad female. The title is not chosen lightly. It emphasizes the cold, destructive, and almost supernatural sway these women hold over others. Key points: zero-negative empathy disorder, Simon Baron-Cohen, equals lack of effective empathy plus lack of moral concern. Includes narcissists, psychopaths, and, to a degree, borderlines. Excludes autism, which lacks empathy but not morality. Focus here. The female psychopath, clinically ASPD, referred to as Lucifer's daughter. Cluster B overlaps. ASPD and NPD equals single, fixed mental schema. Borderline and bipolar equals cyclical, alternating schemas. To the layman, distinctions between these disorders are subtle and often blurred. All zero-negative empathy types behave with similar callousness, making it practical to treat them collectively as psychopaths. Lucifer's daughter equals shorthand for the manipulative, dangerous, dark triad woman. 2. What makes a psychopathic woman? The psychopathic woman is calculating to her core. Like her male counterpart, she leans on amoral reasoning, opportunism, and a chilling indifference to the suffering of others. She can simulate warmth and affection when it suits her, but it is a mask and instrument of deception. Her worldview is solipsistic. People are objects, each assessed in terms of utility. The underlying question she asks of everyone is, what can this person give me, and how can I make them provide it? At the higher end of this spectrum is the type P female psychopath, intelligent, ruthless, and often physically attractive. She is not the chaotic histrionic figure of cliché, but rather a cold strategist, a predator in heels. Beneath her charm is a tightly controlled rage, concealed beneath an exterior of innocence. This contrast, the innocent mask hiding the destructive core, is what makes her so dangerous. Her power lies not in brute force, but in psychological dominance. She capitalizes on victimhood. With beauty and cunning, she manipulates, amasses allies, forms cult-like followings, and uses others as shields or weapons. She objectifies effortlessly, discarding people as soon as their usefulness expires, yet excels most in forging cult-like devotion around herself. To such a woman, there is no sanctity in life. An inability to pair bond enables her to dehumanize and objectify with ease, using people as consumable items. A drink, a stick of gum, discarded once their function is fulfilled. If she imagines a new use, the cycle repeats. If not, she disappears. A frail psychopathic woman need not lift a finger, for when psychopathy is paired with beauty, it grants her all the power needed to command those around her. Type P women are social predators, drawn to power not to admire it, but to co-opt it. Like their male counterparts, female psychopaths display a plurality in their associations. They are drawn to extremes of personality, never the average. Type P women favor the weak and naive, using them as instruments of their will. The cognitively weak are easy prey, a reliable reserve for hard times. Yet the hunt itself is a sport, a guilty pleasure for the bored psychopath. Thus, the powerful are coveted not only for their influence, but also for the challenge they present. Conflict is welcomed, for prey that resists offers the greatest thrill. Early on, such a woman may appear charming. Once trust is secured, she shifts to coercion and calculated aggression. Though emotionally violent, she blames the target for her tirades, justifying cruelty through the smallest signs of guilt or hesitation. Her campaign of mental pressure, using push-pull tactics, veiled threats, and wild accusations, continues until the other yields. Her aim is to exhaust the target into pliability. Control through fear or through love matters little, for both serve the same purpose. Once someone is caught in her web, she becomes territorial, issuing commands under threat of gaslighting. Defiance provokes escalation, ensuring compliance. Key points. Female psychopaths are calculating, opportunistic, and manipulative. Type P women equals high-functioning, intelligent sadists, apex predators. Beneath charm lies rage. They weaponize innocence and aesthetics. Masters of victimhood, they build cults of personality. Dehumanize others, using and discarding them as objects. Drawn to extremes, the weak for control, the powerful for challenge. Initially charming, then coercive, and emotionally violent. Employ push/pull tactics, threats, accusations, and gaslighting. Seek control through fear or love. Both serve the same end. 3. Her interpersonal playbook. The devil's daughter works methodically. First, she isolates. Through insinuation, accusation, or rumor, she sows distrust between you and your allies, friends, peers, or family. Once your support network is compromised, she turns her focus on you, alternating between hostility and forgiveness until you are emotionally conditioned to accept her rewritten version of events. Psychopaths of higher intelligence weave elements of truth into their fabrications to make them believable. Once you feel guilty enough to accept responsibility for events that never occurred, she will use that guilt to reassert control. She will reel you back in, but angry that you forced her to tighten her grip, she will punish you for attempting to escape. Psychopathic women are deeply vulnerable to abandonment because of their extreme egotism. It offends them to acknowledge that you possess the power to leave. While she may discard you without hesitation, the exit must be on her terms. If it is not, Her ego drives her into a relentless obsession with vengeance. The type P woman is a creature of Schadenfreude. The term, borrowed from German, translates as harm-joy, meaning to derive pleasure from another's pain. Type P women are adept at uncovering the symbols of your weakness. Once they identify them, they pervert, corrupt, and expose them in order to mount an attack against you. Quintessentially, psychopathic women make skilled tacticians. They grasp the importance of monopolizing the herd and understand that one must ostracize or be ostracized. Divisive by instinct, divide and conquer lies at their core. In line with their sadistic tendencies, they take pleasure in watching your allies turn against you, whether swiftly or gradually. The severity of their strategy depends on context and intent. It may be as mild as reducing your popularity to redirect favor, or as extreme as full psychological warfare. If you are weak, a type P woman will wield the full height of her power, abandoning subtlety for a more brutish approach. If you are powerful, she will puppeteer rather than colonize. In dealings with the strong, type P women rely on charm instead of coercion, knowing that direct conflict rarely yields desirable results. To gain favor, she becomes the source of dopamine, flooding the target with positive feelings to create dependence. At first glance, this may appear harmless, yet the intent is insidious. The psychopathic woman desires the powerful to crave her, for through that craving, she exerts control. Key points. Isolates target from peers and family, often with false accusations. Uses gaslighting cycles of scorn and forgiveness to control perception. Mixes truth with lies to make fabrications believable. Cannot tolerate abandonment. Must leave on her own terms. Derives joy from exposing and exploiting weaknesses. Schadenfreude. Masters of divide and conquer, ensuring ostracization of the target. Against the weak, uses brute psychological force. Against the powerful, uses charm and dopamine-driven dependence for control. 4. Sex as weapon and leverage. Regardless of her specific cluster, B classification, sex with a dark triad woman is never advisable. In most encounters between a man and a woman, there is a psychological power exchange in which the woman feels exposed and the man feels stronger. With a female type P, the opposite occurs. She does not feel used, but empowered, for she has gained leverage. Should you dismiss that leverage, she may expose the liaison publicly. And when she does, she will frame it with elegant spin that society eagerly consumes. He took advantage of me. If it becomes your word against hers, you will lose. If she becomes a source of sex, you will grow addicted to her. Should you try to cut her off, she can threaten your reputation. When things turn ugly, sex becomes a weaponized secret, blackmail to endanger your job or family if you resist her demands. Even before escalation, she is won, for men are malleable when they are receiving crazy girl sex. And should a man finally come to his senses and seek escape, she wins again by wielding the leverage of blackmail. He becomes trapped between a rock and a hard place, for bribery only buys temporary retreat. It does not erase her leverage, and nothing prevents her from taking a bribe only to attempt further blackmail later. Psychopathic women covet secrets, for they understand that secrets are keys to power. If none can be uncovered, she will create one to gain leverage. What better way than through forbidden sex, drawing her target into compromise? The type P woman seeks leverage by any means necessary. Knowing the powerful resist direct approaches, she instead adopts methods that appear innocuous but are deeply insidious. Direct approaches fail with the powerful. Confrontation, open demands, or obvious manipulation will almost always be resisted. The powerful are conditioned to guard against such moves. She uses innocuous methods. Instead of frontal attack, she cloaks her approach in harmlessness. She seems casual, friendly, or even naive. But the methods are insidious. Beneath the surface, they slowly undermine, influence, or entrap. Because they appear harmless, they bypass defenses. Despite the predatory nature of type P women, their malevolence is often rationalized by self-identifying as victims. Their entire reality is filtered through the lens of unaccountability, allowing them to justify ruthless behavior without restraint. The objective predator uses the psychology of prey to excuse its own predation, a remarkable feat of self-deception. Thus, it becomes clear, the best deceivers begin by deceiving themselves. Key points. Sex with a dark triad woman empowers her, not the man. Intimacy becomes leverage, often framed as victimhood if exposed. She can blackmail with threats to reputation, job, or family. Men become addicted to the dynamic, making escape difficult. If no secrets exist, she will create one through forbidden liaisons. Her tactics are insidious, cloaked in innocence. She rationalizes predation by self-identifying as the victim. The best deceivers begin by deceiving themselves. 5. In closing, psychopathic women have no real sense of loyalty. Any loyalty they display is tied only to self-interest. They remain at the center of their own universe, seeing everyone else as little more than a pawn, a distraction, a tool, or an obstacle. Their power lies in a blend of sexual allure and calculated manipulation. Through this combination, they find stimulation and gratification in a world that often feels flat and disconnected to them. For these women, the closest thing to bonding comes not from love, but from cruelty. Their most intimate connection is formed when they torment a partner, blurring the line between affection and abuse. This twisted dynamic resembles a reversed form of Stockholm Syndrome, where domination replaces genuine intimacy. Chaos is their natural environment. They despise peace because peace leaves them without the energy and conflict they crave. Think of them as human poltergeists. A poltergeist is a noisy spirit, a ghostly force known for loud, disruptive physical disturbances rather than silent haunting, stirring disorder wherever they go. When life grows too calm, they will create drama simply to feel alive and maintain dominance. Such women are only suited for men who are themselves lacking empathy or are addicted to danger and conflict. Even relationships between a psychopathic woman and a psychopathic man devolve into a constant struggle for control. For anyone outside that spectrum, involvement with them is toxic and destructive. Words cannot fully capture the severity of their presence. If you cross paths with one and do not share her dark traits, the wisest choice is to walk away and never look back. Chapter 17. Womanly Duplicity and the Dual Nature of Deception. Dissimulation is innate in woman and almost as characteristic of the very stupid as of the clever. Arthur Schopenhauer. Contents. 1. The paradox of cunning and naivety. 2. Rationalization, a weapon that cuts both ways. 3. The shifting ground of female loyalty. 4. The mask of beauty and its deceptive power. 5. Closing reflections. 1. The paradox of cunning and naivety. Why are women so manipulative? In human interaction, manipulation is as natural to woman as venom is to a snake. She requires no lessons in exploiting her sexual appeal, for man is wired to desire it, and woman is wired to leverage that desire. This exchange of power is not the result of deliberate strategy so much as the automatic outcome of evolutionary pressures. It is instinctive, not intellectual, an inheritance written into her nature. Here we encounter a paradox. Here we find an enigmatic piece of the feminine puzzle, one that leaves many men dumbfounded in its paradox. If a woman is intrinsically cunning, how can she also display such fantastical gullibility? If she is manipulative, why then is she so easily swayed by propaganda, superstition, religion, and other unsubstantiated beliefs? The cunning are defined not by gullibility, but by its absence. If the two are mutually exclusive, should not one preclude the other? And if so, how can she be both cunning and gullible at once? Cunning and gullibility are not mutually exclusive. In both sexes, they coexist, and in women especially so. Her cunning is instinctive, not always the product of conscious calculation. She seduces, shifts blame, and hides behind ambiguity not because she carefully designed the plan, but because her instincts guide her there. These tendencies were refined over countless generations as survival traits. Yet the same rationalization that powers her manipulations also weakens her. Her ability to twist circumstances to her advantage in relationships makes her powerful with individuals, but leaves her vulnerable in the world of ideas and ideology. Rationalization replaces reason, and while it sharpens her in the personal sphere, it blinds her in the abstract. Another factor is her obedience to authority. Like a child, she places more weight on the status of the speaker than on the content of the claim. This habit of deference makes her easy prey for persuasion, especially from those who play upon her sense of victimhood or promise her empowerment. History shows how easily women were convinced that burdens were freedoms, or that comforts were chains, simply because a figure of prestige told them so. Thus, interpersonally, she is manipulative, but ideologically, she is often the very fool she manipulates in private. Whether instinctive or deliberate, her duplicity remains. Even when a woman does not consciously plan her tactics, she is predisposed to a baseline level of cunning. This does not mean she lacks the interest or ability to refine her craft with deliberate intent. On the contrary, her dominance in fields like psychology reflects her natural Machiavellian bent. Her instinct is always present, and conscious cultivation only sharpens it further. Still, instinctive cunning has its limits. A woman guided by impulse rather than deliberate calculation is often naive in broader, more abstract contexts. She excels at seducing, manipulating, and petitioning men, but struggles with complex strategies beyond the interpersonal. Those women who rise to true strategic brilliance are rare exceptions, often belonging to darker psychological archetypes. Thus, the duality reveals itself. In the personal sphere, she is cunning, but beyond it, she is naive. Her emotions dictate her reasoning, and her rationalization ensures she can believe what she wishes rather than what is real. Her need to believe is not weakness alone, but a defining feature of her duplicity. She deceives others while simultaneously deceiving herself. 2. Rationalization, a weapon that cuts both ways. The same faculty that empowers her manipulations also leads her astray. Rationalization. She explains away contradictions, bends facts to suit emotion, and reframes events until they justify her choices. This talent gives her power in relationships, but it leaves her vulnerable to greater deceptions outside them. Where the typical man is rational in the abstract but naive in matters of women, she is pragmatic in relationships but irrational in ideas. His logic falters in the romantic sphere. Her logic falters in the ideological one. Their weaknesses mirror each other. Where beauty is the primary cornerstone of feminine power, rationalization is the secondary. A man's reason may restrain him from the mental gymnastics required to execute manipulation, but a woman faces no such barrier. Sanity, as we commonly understand it, is measured by coherence of method and consistency of belief. Women often lack both, which is why they are so frequently perceived as irrational or unstable. Rationalization also traces back to women's evolutionary past. As spoils of conquest, their survival often depended on the ability to adapt mentally to new masters. To cope with captivity, they had to reinterpret loss as acceptance, betrayal as fate, and coercion as love. What once preserved them now manifests as a psychological tool that both empowers and undermines them. So her rationalization is a double-edged sword. It enables manipulation of the men closest to her, yet it blinds her to the manipulations of authority, ideology, and culture. 3. The shifting ground of female loyalty. Loyalty is the domain of masculine honor. Men hold fast to comrades and principles, enforcing codes with punishment and sacrifice. Women, however, treat loyalty as negotiable, tethered to the winds of opportunity. Where men want their team to win, women simply want to be on the winning team. Men who resemble women in this regard are often marked by a dark triad personality. Her alliances are fluid because her morality is fluid. She will attach herself to whoever holds dominance, and she will abandon without hesitation when that dominance fades. A woman rarely rules out betrayal outright. Instead, she calculates when it will serve her needs. She hedges her bets by playing both sides, betraying whenever it is financially or emotionally convenient. Betrayal is the spark that ignites when a woman abandons one man and adapts herself to another, having judged the former insufficient. Loyalty is the symptom of honor, and honor is inherently masculine. Consider the divorce rates. The majority are initiated by women, a testament to their lack of loyalty. Men often report a light switch effect when relationships end, watching her shift overnight while he continues to mourn. She moves on effortlessly. He struggles with loss. History reinforces this point. Women abducted in tribal wars survived not by resisting, but by adapting, often adopting the ways of their captors. Those who clung to loyalty perished, while those who reshaped their allegiance survived. Evolution thus selected for flexible loyalty in women, rewarding betrayal of the weak and obedience to the strong. Inevitably, such women would have been culled, leaving only those with a fluid sense of loyalty to survive the prevalence of kidnapping. This selected for women who pledged loyalty to the powerful while abandoning the weak. Her loyalty shifted with the tides of power, retracting or recommitting in rhythm with its gains and losses. Where men adopt their own principles, women adopt the principles of the most powerful figures in their lives. Where men fight enemy tribes and die in war, women fall in love with their captors, using their innate cunning to remold themselves and even thrive, a feat that even the most talented man would struggle to perform. This adaptability is another face of her duality. Loyal in appearance, disloyal in essence. Faithful to the powerful, faithless to the powerless. 4. The mask of beauty and its deceptive power. Beauty is nature's greatest weapon in the female arsenal, a mask that cloaks manipulation in innocence. A pretty face can inspire trust, admiration, and even reverence before a single word is spoken. Beauty disarms man by convincing him that virtue resides where only illusion exists. To enhance beauty is to augment influence, to appear more noble, more capable, and therefore more trustworthy. Women know this intuitively. This deception rests on a deep instinct, the tendency to conflate youthful features with goodness. The same childlike qualities that trigger our protective instincts also create the illusion of purity when worn on a woman's face. Beauty, therefore, becomes a form of camouflage, making deceit easier and suspicion rarer. Man invariably sees women for who he would like her to be, rather than for who she is. In this flaw of instinct, he perceives virtue as an attendant characteristic of beauty, and by doing so, inflicts upon himself the self-detriment of intersexual naivety. The duplicity of beauty rests on a presumption of innocence granted only to women and children, for beauty conveys virtue through an aesthetic of infantilism. As Tolstoy observed, it is a delusion to equate beauty with goodness. Beauty is therefore feminine rather than masculine in its aesthetic, since handsomeness neither connotes nor confers upon its possessor the same illusion of virtue. Handsomeness lacks the childlike innocence that beauty conveys, the very signal that leads observers to infer virtue. The same visual cues that cause us to believe in the innocence of children lend women's beauty a portion of its power. That power lies not in sexuality itself, but in the conflation of beauty with virtue and the presumption of innocence it creates. This phenomenon underscores women's immaturity relative to men, for greater neoteny is a biological marker of lesser maturity. To conclude, her first concern is appearance, her second is cunning, and both serve the same end. 5. Closing reflections. A woman's desire to remain blameless fuels her cultivation of an innocent visage. Defensively, her primary tool of manipulation is the presumption of innocence. Offensively, it is the seductiveness of her physicality. Both rest upon her beauty, the former to a lesser degree than the latter. Her arsenal includes the feigned tear, the weaponized smile, the refusal to accept blame, and the carefully cultivated aura of victimhood. To understand woman is to recognize these tools and to see through their disguises. This is not counsel to avoid women altogether, but a reminder to engage with them clear-eyed. The duality of woman, cunning and gullible, loyal and disloyal, beautiful and deceptive, must be recognized for what it is. Only then can a man deal with her from a position of strength rather than weakness. Chapter 18. Ethics, Morality, and Machiavellianism. Do not be too moral. You may cheat yourself out of much life so. Aim above morality. Be not simply good. Be good for something. Henry David Thoreau. Contents. 1. Introduction. 2. Individualism and collective adaptation. 3. Intelligence and ethical nuance. 4. Guarding reputation and the futility of debating morality. 5. Sadistic morality and the nature of betrayal. 6. The necessity of Machiavellianism. 7. My perspective. 8. In closing. 1. Introduction. Morals are too emotional to be settled through consensus. Ironically, they must often be imposed through a platonic noble lie such as religion. Though immoral in itself, this can be seen as deceit with altruistic intent. It serves a greater good, and for those who value ethics or altruistic Machiavellianism, it can be reasonably justified. Religion, like any corporation or government, can be co-opted by those who abandon its purpose of serving the public good and instead use it for personal gain. Such betrayal is corruption. In a civilizational context, corruption is the sabotage of societal infrastructure for self-interest, even though both society and the exploiter depend on that very infrastructure. Few aspire to martyrdom, and those who do are often puppeted by others, pretending to serve the public good while serving themselves. To do good, one must be skilled in the strategies commonly employed by evil. Evil succeeds because it leaves nothing to chance, while good often falters for lack of rigor. A man of strong moral conviction, who also masters the tactics of evil, is rare. Thus, many doubt the existence of the moral Machiavellian. Though uncommon, and though the business of power is inherently dirty, I contend such men exist in small numbers. Powerful knowledge carries a certain taint. The more one learns of cunning, the more likely one is to use it, for power is inherently seductive. Often such knowledge is sought out of powerlessness, and the powerless are frequently more neurotic than the powerful. Yet, when the powerful fail to know when to stop, corruption follows. Whether power is used for altruistic or sadistic ends defines whether a Machiavellian is moral or immoral. Yet since sadism feeds narcissism, the latter is more common. A moral Machiavellian is one who holds principles above ego, but such principles must be concealed. Exposed, they become an Achilles heel, ripe for exploitation by those who do not share them. Key points. Morality is imposed through noble lies like religion. Institutions are vulnerable to corruption. True altruism is rare. Most serve self-interest. Doing good requires mastery of evil strategies. Power knowledge is tempting and corrupting. Machiavellians can be moral or immoral, but sadism is common. Principles must be hidden, or they become weaknesses. 2. Individualism and collective adaptation. In ethics, individualism is the root of sadism, which I view as the purest form of immorality, for it is predatory rather than pragmatic. In collectivist societies, women may couple with subpar men out of social pressure, a practice that helps civilization function by incentivizing men to produce. Ignorant men, by contrast, sacrifice for family and society simply because they know no better. Content with mating rights and a sense of purpose, they give themselves to the greater good, and from this sacrifice arises civilization. Without it, only tribalism remains. Civilization was built on the labor of the nuclear family, not on individualism. It is itself proof of the Aristotelian adage that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. In an individualist society, neither party cares for anything beyond themselves. A scarcity of cooperation follows, causing civilization to regress until it collapses entirely. The pace of this decline may be slow or swift, but the end is the same. This is what we mean by the decline. Individualism fosters Machiavellianism, which almost inevitably produces immorality on a societal scale. The collapse of the family is disastrous because it accelerates this process. Without the family, individualism rises, and with it, Machiavellianism, followed by immorality, exploitation, sadism, and subclinical psychopathy. Machiavellianism and narcissism are socially maladaptive traits. Within a family, any such tendencies are checked by compassion, and if they appear, they are biological rather than socialized. Without a tribe, however, these qualities become survival strategies, as maladaptive traits thrive where cooperation and loyalty are absent. When no one is looking out for them, people feel compelled to become more ruthless to succeed. The logic is clear. With few or no trustworthy social ties, an individual must be more effective on their own, for they have only themselves to rely upon. The adoption of Machiavellianism as both tool and philosophy is a rational response to an uncertain world that denies the individual a stable and compassionate family. We may bemoan this loss, but we cannot escape the time in which we live. Since we live in it, we must adapt to it. Key points. Individualism is the root of sadism. Collectivism sustains civilization through sacrifice and cooperation. Families are the backbone of civilization. When families collapse, individualism rises. Individualism fosters Machiavellianism and narcissism. These traits are socially maladaptive. Without loyal ties, people grow ruthless. Machiavellianism becomes a survival tool in uncertain times. 3. Intelligence and ethical nuance. Only men of higher intelligence can truly wrestle with the subtleties of ethics. They are capable of weighing altruism against cruelty, principle against expediency, and deliberately choosing balance. For those innately sadistic, only conscious discipline and self-control can restrain such impulses. Foolish men, by contrast, are not guided by reason, but by indoctrination. They are taught morality as a rigid script. When they eventually see through the artificiality of that conditioning, many swing to the opposite extreme, embracing cruelty with zeal. Lacking a mediating intellect, their choices are driven almost entirely by emotion, unchecked and untempered by deeper thought. It takes a sharper mind to walk the middle path when society itself can no longer enforce a shared moral order. Idiots claim to value liberty, but they cannot handle it. What they truly want is the freedom to pursue incentive and indulge sadism without being labeled immoral. To be called immoral risks ostracism, and ostracism diminishes their effectiveness. This is why the immoral prefer to be called amoral. To make such people productive in a system that grants them liberty, morality must be imposed until altruism becomes their preference. Key points. Intelligent men balance altruism and sadism through reason and discipline. Foolish men, lacking nuance, swing between indoctrinated morality and crude sadism. Liberty without restraint drives them to selfishness and emotional decisions. To keep them productive, morality must be imposed until altruism becomes habitual. 4. Guarding reputation and the futility of debating morality. The fact that one is capable of extreme corruption does not mean one must act on it. Yet in the absence of a shared moral framework, people hide behind subjectivity, twist definitions, and posture as though winning the argument matters more than living by any coherent ethic. For such people, appearing right outweighs being principled. Those inclined toward altruism are willing to give up some personal freedom for the sake of the collective. Those inclined toward sadism will not, unless compelled by incentive or the rare intervention of self-discipline. This is why the noble lie remains necessary. Most people are driven more by reward and punishment than by principle. If they believe in it, it restrains the sadist. If they reject it, it leaves them cast out by the majority who still uphold it. A noble lie is a myth or falsehood deliberately told by rulers to maintain social harmony or stability. In discussions of morality, you will often hear empty rationalizations such as, everyone creates their own morals. In truth, the only people who argue this way are those aware of their own cruelty and seeking to justify it. The fact that the natural order is amoral, whether we frame it as evolution or survival of the fittest. It does not erase the human ability to choose between altruism and exploitation. That choice is uniquely ours. Human beings are capable of compassion even though the foundations of existence are neutral. To excuse sadism by appealing to Darwin or cosmic indifference is self-deception. Recognize your nature honestly. If you dislike what you see, work to change it. Debating endlessly with those raised in different systems or shaped by different genetics is a waste of time. The noble lie is the closest thing to a universal standard we will ever achieve. My purpose here is not to persuade you into agreement, but to examine the matter with clarity, because the exploration itself has value. 5. Sadistic morality and the nature of betrayal. Free from religious or moral imposition, people do not create ethical systems so much as selectively apply pre-existing morals when it suits them. In times of peace, some individuals are innately sadistic, while others are innately altruistic. These traits exist along a spectrum, with overlap that shifts according to circumstance. In wartime, destruction becomes a necessity for survival, and all men possess the capacity for it. Yet necessity does not imply enjoyment. There is a fundamental difference between the man who becomes destructive when war arrives and the man who eagerly awaits its arrival. Soldiers often describe the battlefield as the eighth circle of hell, yet there is always an eerie presence within the battalion. It is the man who appears to revel in the chaos. These are the sadists who finally find a socially sanctioned outlet for their true nature. Nowhere else are acts of barbarity so thoroughly disguised, so easily justified, or so effectively camouflaged as they are on the battlefield. The assumption of the so-called amoral sadist is fundamentally flawed. It is nothing more than a projection of one's own moral deficiencies onto those who possess a more altruistic nature. This mindset assumes that, absent an implicit or explicit threat of force, others will invade your property, plunder it, and violate anyone within it the moment opportunity arises. It presumes that power alone restrains human behavior, rather than any intrinsic moral or altruistic impulse within the individual. Yet this belief is itself revealing. The sadist projects unconsciously, mistaking his own pleasure in exploitation for a universal human trait, when in reality it is a highly individualized disposition. One must remember that the sadist respects only power and therefore lacks any frame of reference for innate altruism. Because of this limitation, he dismisses the idea that someone might refrain from depravity by choice, not fear. He assumes others would commit such acts if given the chance, simply because he would. Morally, humanity is a diverse species, yet in a twist of irony, the sadist mirrors the naive altruist indoctrinated by the noble lie. Both universalize their own moral orientation. Each imposes his internal framework onto others, failing to account for the nuance of individual differences. Following this line of reasoning, an important lesson emerges. Some individuals will betray you in the absence of power. Others will not. In romantic dynamics, women will do so reliably, as this behavior is rooted in their incentives and wiring. Some men will act similarly, though not all. When encountering a new person, your task is to discern whether they are predisposed toward altruism or sadism. Once this distinction is clear, you can determine whether betrayal would stem from enjoyment or only arise under extreme necessity, such as survival. Sadists are a poor investment because their cooperation cannot be relied upon as a product of altruistic volition. Instead, one must continually outmaneuver them to secure compliance. This makes cooperation costly, and most would be better served investing their time in alliances that do not require constant strategic maintenance. It follows then that a sadist is a bad bet to those who recognize the pattern. Lacking the capacity or willingness to alter this trait, the sadist is compelled to conceal or suppress it, sexuality aside. For this reason, I would advise any sadist who encounters this text to confine such impulses to the private sphere. This is, of course, a recommendation rather than a command, and the final decision rests with the individual alone. 6. The necessity of Machiavellianism. Regardless of one's disposition, Machiavellianism remains necessary. If an altruistic moral code cannot be imposed universally, then naive, thoughtless altruism carries little value. It is remarkably easy to guide men through incentives, yet altruism that does not arise innately must be ushered in through the noble lie. For this reason, Machiavellianism consistently prevails. No matter which morals people profess to accept, psychological leverage can override preference by constraining options, shaping incentives, and exploiting cognitive bias. In tactical contexts, altruism is easily outmaneuvered by sadism, and it functions only so long as all parties remain altruistic. A single sadist is enough to destabilize the system and introduce strategic manipulation. Once this occurs, altruists eventually realize they have been exploited, seek to emulate the tactics used against them, and risk adopting the very traits they despise. Do not be a naive altruist. Altruism should be rationed and applied selectively. Yet neither should one expect redemption in unchecked sadism, which corrodes trust just as reliably, only from the opposite direction. To be frivolously ruthless is nearly as inept as being frivolously altruistic. Always weigh cost against benefit. Always analyze. Always maintain a contingency. Be altruistic when you can afford it. It is psychologically stabilizing and advantageous to one's reputation. 7. My perspective. The altruistic are too easily exploited. The sadistic, too gratuitously destructive in their exploitation. The plausible deniability in addressing such subjects rests in the fact that this knowledge can be applied defensively as a means of protection against the sadistic. That such tools may be wielded more effectively by the sadistic than by the altruistic is not my concern. In this sense, I am a dealer in psychological arms. I do not inquire into how the weapons are used, and as a consequence, any discussion of psychological warfare will inevitably arm both sides. Machiavellianism is not power alone. It operates in service of whatever ideological framework you bring with you. My readership includes men and women, Christians and Muslims, self-described psychopaths, as well as committed moralists. The desire for power is universal. What differs is how that power is exercised and to what end. I do not expect universal agreement with my views, just as I do not expect those unwilling to question their own assumptions to continue reading. I put myself first. I enjoy writing, and I enjoy Machiavellianism, and for me, this union is particularly profitable. I do not assume responsibility for how readers choose to act upon my words. Am I perfectly moral by the strictest standards, a paragon of virtue? No, I am far from saintly. Yet the absence of sainthood does not render one predatory or devilish. Like most men, I place myself somewhere between the extremes. 8. In closing, the following summarizes the key points for reference. Morality rarely emerges from rational consensus and is usually imposed through socially useful fictions. Moral systems stabilize society but are inherently vulnerable to corruption. Effective moral action requires understanding strategies commonly associated with evil. Truly moral Machiavellians are rare because power tempts ego, Civilization depends on cooperation, sacrifice, and collective structures, not radical individualism. Extreme individualism erodes trust and accelerates social decline. Machiavellian traits often develop as adaptive responses to instability rather than innate immorality. Ethical nuance requires intelligence and self-regulation. Many adopt morality through indoctrination rather than reasoning. When indoctrination collapses, some swing toward sadism. Claims of moral relativism are often rationalizations for exploitative behavior. Moral debates are usually identity protective rather than truth-seeking. Humans retain the capacity to choose altruism despite an amoral universe. Altruism and sadism are dispositional traits revealed under pressure. Sadists project their impulses onto others and assume restraint is fear-based. Not all people betray equally. Disposition predicts betrayal. Sadists are unreliable and costly allies. Naive altruism is a liability in mixed morality environments. Psychological leverage overrides stated moral values. One exploiter can destabilize cooperative systems. Excessive altruism and excessive cruelty are both strategic failures. Altruism should be selective and strategically deployed. Machiavellian knowledge can be used defensively or offensively. Machiavellianism amplifies existing moral intent rather than creating it. Moral absolutism is unrealistic in complex social environments. Ethics are contextual and adaptive rather than fixed. Understanding dark traits prevents exploitation rather than encouraging it. Power should be balanced rather than denied. Final chapter. Much of the red pill space focuses narrowly on attracting women, often at the expense of deeper psychological understanding. While attraction matters, it is far from the most important domain in a man's life. What is frequently overlooked is how power, perception, and human psychology shape everyday interactions, not just romantic ones. The reality is that subtle mind games are played constantly in daily life. They occur in friendships, business, social hierarchies, and institutions. Understanding these dynamics is not about manipulation for its own sake, but about awareness, self-protection, and strategic clarity. This is precisely why books like The 48 Laws of Power resonate so strongly. They articulate patterns most people sense intuitively but struggle to define. This book was written to address that gap. Its aim is not merely attraction, but comprehension. Psychological insight, when properly understood, can benefit a man's entire life, from relationships to reputation, from cooperation to conflict. This was a long and demanding journey to write. I hope you found it valuable, practical, and thought-provoking. If you wish to reach out regarding inquiries or consultation, you can contact me at burnoutmail@gmail.com. Burnout Mail. Closing credits. You have been listening to Red Pill Psychology, Machiavellianism, Narcissism, and Psychopathy, written and narrated by Burnout Mail. Thank you for listening.